violence online, and there'll be networking breaks, and then we'll introduce the afternoon sessions after that. So all that it is for me to do is once again welcome you to the UK IGF. It's a really great pleasure to see you here. And now I'm going to hand over to Ellie Bradley, the CEO of Nominet, who's going to introduce the Minister to start off the proceedings. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nigel, and good morning, everybody. I'm really pleased to be able to welcome you all here today. It's great to know we have representation in from the wider community, so not just in the UK, but globally as we come together virtually. Nominet is proud to once again host the Secretariat for the UK Internet Governance Forum. We're also delighted to have additional funding partners this year, and we'd like to thank ICANN, Donuts, and the UK chapter of the Internet Society for their contributions. And of course, while funding is important, the UK IGF simply would not be possible without the generosity of our multi-stakeholder steering committee, who donate their time and expertise to make sure the UK IGF programme is full of really excellent speakers and addresses the topics that matter today. You can find out more about them on our website at ukigf.org.uk. And in terms of attendees, we have a number of newcomers at this year's event, with 65% of those who registered saying it's the first UK IGF they've attended. And it's also really encouraging to see such strong youth participation. These points are particularly pertinent as this year our UK IGF committee made a pledge to organise our conference with a commitment to champion underrepresented voices. And so our actions speak louder than words, and we've signed the Future of London's Speaker Diversity Pledge and worked with them to help ensure our speakers and panels are representative of the society that we live in. Now, the national IGF is an important part of the wider UN initiative. And the IGFs are special because they're based on the multi-stakeholder model, all sectors coming together equally to exchange ideas and discuss best practice, seeking to build a common understanding of how to maximise the opportunities of the internet whilst mitigating the risks and challenges that the internet presents. And it's wonderful that we have such a selection of speakers here with us today. And I know we're all looking forward to enjoying lively discussion and debate on a wide range of topics, including how to tackle gender-based violence online, which we'll talk about later this morning, how the UK can become a global leader on the prevention of cybercrime, how we green the internet, and tackling harmful content whilst protecting freedom of expression. And we'll also be discussing the future of the UK's data protection frameworks, all within the context of the overarching theme of the future of the internet. We can also look forward to keynotes from Yi Chung Tae, Group Director of Strategy and Research at Ofcom, and Chris Philp, LP, the newly appointed Minister for Tech and the Digital Economy at the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. A warm welcome to both of you. And so without further delay, I'd like to officially open the 2021 UK IGF and hand over to our first keynote. Minister, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Good morning, Ellie. Thank you very much indeed for that introduction. It's a great pleasure to be with you here this morning as the UK's Minister for Technology and the Digital Economy. I'm really delighted to be speaking to the UK IGF. I'm extremely interested and excited to hear about the breadth of topics that are going to be discussed during this two-day event. And I think your agenda covers some incredibly important areas in my department, including policy making on online safety and data protection, the critical debate over the future of the internet. And it's a real pleasure to have the opportunity to talk about some of these areas and how the UK is driving them forward. We believe, the government believes very, very firmly that technology is an overwhelming force for good in the world and in the UK as well. And we are determined to do everything we can to promote the United Kingdom as a global centre for innovation, for growth and for investment. It is one of the government's critical priorities. I'm delighted to say that we're in a good position, as of course you all know. If you look at investment flowing into the tech sector, so far this year we've had over $30 billion of investment into UK private investment, into UK tech investment into private companies. That is more than any other European country. In fact, it's over twice the second country, which is Germany. We have seen, I think, 20 new tech unicorns in the first half of this year. We've got 105 unicorns in total, which is more than Germany, France, and Israel put together. So we are determined to build on and improve that phenomenal track record here in the UK. And one of my jobs is to identify any roadblocks which are inhibiting our most successful and innovative companies from getting established, from scaling up, from growing, and ultimately floating, and remove those roadblocks from their path, whether it's doing more on skills or visas, or encouraging more R&D, relevant R&D in our universities, and tech transfer from universities into the commercial world, whether it's making sure the London Stock Exchange is the best for listing, or whether it's making sure that our VC environment is as vibrant as it can be. All of those are things on my agenda to try and make sure we maintain our great existing position in tech, but do more than just maintain it, grow it as well. But of course, it's clear that the benefits of an increasingly digitized and data-enabled world bring with them some risks as well, which you'll be exploring later today. And we need to be obviously mindful of those and sort of continue to explore and implement measures that will allow our thriving digital economy to grow, provide better public services and benefits to our society, while looking to protect against and mitigate those risks, but in a way that critically doesn't inhibit growth. I think sometimes some other regulatory environments, like the European Union, for example, sometimes regulate in a way that inhibits innovation and growth. We definitely don't want to do that. I'd like to start by focusing on our online safety agenda, which is an area where the UK government is proud to be leading the way. My predecessor, Caroline Dinenage, spoke about the importance of internet safety at previous IGF events. And I think people here will be familiar with the government's broad and extensive approach to consulting on this area, including policy analysis, stakeholder engagement, and so on. And I'm sure everyone on this call, on this meeting, will be familiar with the draft online safety bill, which we published in May of this year, together with confirmation that Ofcom would be the relevant regulator. And the publication of that draft bill is a critical milestone in our journey to making sure the UK is one of the safest places in the world online. We think this is a world-leading piece of legislation. The draft bill will apply to companies where users are posting content or interacting with each other. That includes search engines. And our approach is to strike the right balance between tackling harm without imposing unnecessary burdens on companies, particularly where they're low risk. Importantly, a duty of care will be introduced, and in-scope companies will need to remove and prevent the spread of illegal content which is prohibited by law. And they'll need to be, they'll have a duty to actually proactively seek out that content, and also have accessible and rapid reporting mechanisms. There are also some specific duties to protect children from harm online, and there are also some provisions to clarify or require the larger companies, the sort of Facebook level companies, to clarify their rules and enforce them consistently around content which is legal but potentially harmful. All of those laws will get enforced by Ofcom, acting as the regulator, the appointed regulator in this space. The bill is currently undergoing pre-legislative scrutiny by a joint parliamentary committee, which will deliver its findings, I think, on or before the 10th of December this year, so relatively soon. The government will consider very carefully the comments made by that joint committee, and indeed comments made by other people as well. And it is likely, very likely, that we'll make some various changes to the draft bill before its introduction to improve it. In some cases, it'll go further towards protecting the public. We've obviously heard quite a lot of debate about that recently. And we'll then introduce the bill as parliamentary time allows, but we would expect that we hope to be in the first half of next year, so we can get on and pass the bill into law. Of course, we recognise that regulation is only one tool in tackling the issue, and therefore there are a number of other things we're doing in the non-legislative space to tackle online harms. Safety technology is one of those. For example, age assurance technologies to make sure that children are protected from harmful content. We've been working very closely with the fast-growing and world-leading UK safety tech sector to develop solutions that will help, technical solutions that will help companies comply with their new requirements. The UK sector here, I think, is growing very rapidly. Last year, it showed 40% growth, up to £300 million of revenue, and it continues to grow. And we're really keen to support that safety tech sector, not just in London, of course, but in hubs like Leeds, Cambridge, and Edinburgh. And speaking of Leeds, I visited CRISP up in Leeds just a couple of weeks ago, who are a genuine global leader in the safety tech space. In terms of online media literacy, that is obviously critical in tackling online harms. Besides creating a safer online environment, we know users want to be empowered with the skills and knowledge required to navigate the online world safely. So it's important that we continue to build those media and online literacy skills. We published a strategy last summer setting out our ambition in this area, and we're looking obviously at international best practice as well, including the OECD's recommendations on children in the digital environment. In terms of international engagement, we think that is really important. Clearly, harmful content doesn't respect international boundaries, and therefore we're working closely with our international partners. We hold, as you probably know, the G7 presidency this year, and as part of that, we brought together those G7 leading economies around these issues, and we secured agreement on a set of internet safety principles between those G7 countries, which is a really significant step. And in March 2020, last year, in collaboration with the 5 country ministerial representatives, US, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the UK, we formally launched the voluntary principles to counter online child exploitation and abuse. So we're working multilaterally and plurilaterally as well, but we think our unilateral actions, particularly via the Online Safety Bill and other steps, we think will provide an example that we hope many other countries around the world will choose to follow as well. And we're hosting various events in the next couple of months, actually, including the Future Tech Forum, where we hope to work with other countries on these issues. In terms of data protection, which I know you're addressing today, the future of the UK's data protection framework is very important. We've set out a national data strategy. We think data is a huge strategic asset and is the driving force of our modern economies. 65% of UK businesses handle some form of personal data, and we want to unlock the power of that data to drive innovation and boost the economy. That was at the heart of our AI strategy that we launched a few weeks ago, because clearly AI requires large data sets to operate. So we think the intersection of data and AI is really interesting. We know data has always been economically important. It's clearly now important on a scale that's unprecedented for all the reasons we know about. And we also know just how damaging it is if we lose data. We've seen that during the pandemic as well. So we're very keen to make sure we find ways of protecting that data and protecting it from loss as well. As with online harms, data reform poses challenging policy questions for government. Living in a scientific superpower, as we do in the UK, we don't want to see any kind of research stopped in its tracks, and we don't want to see scientists prevented from pursuing new ideas because of particular restrictions, unreasonable restrictions on data to do, for example, with the original use it was collected for. So our proposed reforms are designed to unlock the potential of scientific data while maintaining public trust in the research which it enables. And we hope we can go further than many other countries have done in that area to enable scientific research here in the UK. The launch of our consultation is the first step in the process to reforming the UK's data regime, balancing obviously public protection with innovation. In terms of the sort of future of the internet more broadly, clearly a huge topic. We know the internet is not static. It's underpinned by a complex assortment of constantly evolving technologies, which will continue to evolve probably at ever greater paces. So our ambition is to work within your community, with the community, as a constructive partner to protect an accessible and interoperable global internet for future generations, which includes protecting the right for people to share information and communicate freely over the internet. It means redoubling our support for diverse participation in the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance through bodies such as the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, and of course the UN IGF, and opposing efforts to bring management of the internet under restrictive intergovernmental control. We think these industry-based bodies are much better than having sovereign governments trying to unduly interfere, which is, we think, quite an important principle. For future generations online, and as internet access is extended to the 50% of the world's population currently unconnected, the UK will work to develop new public policy approaches to technology to encourage innovation and interoperability while protecting rights and freedoms. And our work, as we presided over the G7, has been a really important part of that. We want to work very closely with stakeholders, such as those with us this morning, to make that happen. Look, I think the message I'd really like to leave today is that the government sees technology in all its forms as critical to this country's future. We are determined to be a digital superpower, a scientific superpower. We want to invest in making that happen. I think we'll see some announcements in the budget and spending review in a couple of weeks' time. In fact, not even a couple of weeks. It's a week today, the 27th of October. We'll see some announcements that will further support that. Certainly, both the Treasury, Number 10, and us here at DCMS are doing everything we will do, are doing and will do everything we can to enable technological growth, while at the same time making sure the UK is the safest place to be online. But we'll always do that in a way which is as light touch as it possibly can be. And we're always going to try and encourage and foster innovation and growth and avoid the mistakes that some other governments and some other regulators make, which runs the risk of stifling innovation and stifling growth. So very excited to be joining you this morning, and enormously looking forward to working with you in the coming months and years on this agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think we've got a few minutes to cover some questions now, and we've had questions submitted from people who are attending the day today, and also from the steering committee. You probably won't be surprised that quite a few of those relate to the online safety bill. Lots of interest in that area, and I know you've talked very much about the need to protect and mitigate against risk without inhibiting growth. I'd just be keen to understand a bit more about where you see the potential challenges in terms of getting that bill through Parliament. What do you see that we might be facing there?
Well, it's a bill where lots of people have very strong opinions, and you'll have seen actually in Parliament on Monday, following the tragic murder of David Amis, that raised questions to do with the online safety bill. And I think the balance of parliamentary opinion is that we do need to do significantly more to protect people online, particularly on platforms that are sort of so ubiquitous and touch so many people's lives. And I think we're going to see probably various suggestions made that we're going to have to carefully navigate and carefully balance. We are very much in listening mode, responding to the Joint Committee, which is taking evidence as we speak, and we're going to look very carefully at what they say. We will, I think, be making some changes and improvements to the bill, but it's going to be hotly debated, both in the Commons and in the Lords as well.
Yeah, understood. And again, I mean, you talked as well about how important that plurilateral approach is when you're tackling something that doesn't know national boundaries. I wonder if there are other sort of lessons that we could learn from, or from the discussions that you've been having, on that sort of global nature of some of the issues that we're trying to tackle, that we could take to the UN IGF in December, when we're trying to bring together different perspectives from around the world?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very important forum. I mean, I think there's clearly, when you're trying to make changes, there's a tension between speed and global reach, right? So I think there's an African saying, if you want to travel fast, travel alone. If you want to travel far, travel together. And I think the truth is we need to do a combination of both. So via the online safety bill, we're effectively acting unilaterally and saying to the social media companies that if you want to do business in the UK, then here are the rules that you need to abide by. And we're doing that unilaterally. We're doing it now. But I think in parallel with that and complementary to that are actions on a multilateral and plurilateral basis. And we really want to encourage other countries, particularly like-minded countries, to adopt similar approaches. And we are definitely going to work with the UN, the G7, a whole range of other groups. We're hosting quite a large number of countries, as I said earlier, in just a few weeks' time in London to talk about some of these issues at a conference that we've organised. So we're definitely going to be pushing forward on multilaterally as well via established fora that we're creating ourselves. But we can't wait for that. We've got to act ourselves as well. There's quite a good parallel in international tax. So we've pushed forward with a bunch of measures, the Treasury have, to make sure that companies pay their fair share of tax. Global companies, like the diverted profit tax was an example of that. But we've also we did that like 4 or 5 years ago. We've also acted via the OECD to put in place global tax rules that got announced like a couple of weeks ago. But there was like a 5-year gap, right? So we can't wait for that 5 years. We've got to act domestically straight away too.
Yeah. And I know that UK government and DCMS have been very supportive of that multi-stakeholder approach. And you're talking there obviously about bringing like-minded countries together to talk about creation of standards and driving the right behaviours. I wonder what concrete actions you are taking to protect the kind of global internet, where we're maybe not dealing with like-minded countries. Are there other concrete actions the UK government is taking?
Yes, I mean, I need to choose my words carefully here. Clearly, there are some countries around the world, and I can imagine the one in particular, or the ones that you're thinking of, whose commitment to openness, transparency, personal privacy are not the same as the values that we have. And it is important that I guess firstly try and persuade those countries that don't share our view to change their opinion, and persuade them of the benefits of openness and transparency and freedom and privacy and all those things. But to the extent that we can't persuade them to do that, and it is in some cases something of an uphill struggle, then I think we need to just ensure that they don't capture certain institutions which could have a chilling or a negative effect. And we need to work with the thankfully large number of like-minded countries who share our values and vision on this. But it's something that requires, I think, constant evangelism by government and by the industry, and it requires constant diplomatic attention as well. And it's something that I'm personally committed to doing. I meet regularly with our international department here at DCMS, who work closely with the Foreign Office, the FCDO, and I am investing and will invest quite a lot of time personally in making sure I talk to other countries around the world to maintain a powerful coalition in defence of our freedoms and values on the internet.
Mm-hmm. And also, again, you mentioned in your opening about the potential of the chilling effect of regulation, and someone has wanted to ask a question around comments from the former Google CEO Eric Schmidt describing the EU AI Act's transparency requirements as being very harmful to Europe. Do you have a view on AI and algorithmic transparency and whether there's potential damage there? How do we make sure that that isn't the case in the UK, that we can continue to see that growth that you talked about in those key sectors?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the government's going to be laying out its views on AI regulation in a paper in the coming few months. But the principles that will underlie that will be keeping any regulatory intervention as light touch and as minimal as possible, so we don't stifle innovation. one of the clearly one of the freedoms that we have after leaving the European Union is freedom for regulatory action, particularly in emerging areas, and AI is a good example of that. And we want to make sure that we keep a light touch approach, obviously prevent harm where there is a risk of it, but doing the absolute minimum to meet that objective and no more, rather than, I think, some other jurisdictions make the sort of kind of an assumption that things are harmful unless it can be proven otherwise, which leads to quite oppressive regulation. And there's an interesting sort of precedent example or analogy in GM, genetically modified crop technology, where the European Union some years ago took a very sort of I'm going to try and choose the right word here, but quite a restrictive approach in its regulation. And as a consequence, Europe, or the European Union, which included at the time the UK, sort of lost an advantage to the US, which took a much more pro-growth approach. And consequently, like the sort of GM capital of the world is the US, not the UK or the European Union. We definitely do not want to repeat that kind of mistake when it comes to emerging technologies like AI. And I think that approach will be reflected in the paper we're going to be bringing forward in the next few months.
Great. Well, I suspect that may overlap as well with my final question. So you've talked a lot about just the extraordinary levels of investment coming into the UK. But I wondered what you think are the three most important things for the UK to be doing now to ensure that we do become that digital superpower that you clearly aspire for us to be.
Yeah. Well, I think we should be clear that we are currently by far and away Europe's leader in this area. So if you look at most metrics around sort of tech leadership and tech development, we are by far the leading nation in Europe, and we're the third in the world on most measures behind the US and China, right? So we should be clear that our starting point is a really great one. But the question is, how do we go from that position to an even better one? And I think there are kind of three critical ingredients you need for success in this sphere, which are their ideas, people, and funding, right? Innovative ideas, the people to execute those ideas, and the funding to finance them. And if you can bring together those three things in a sort of in a kind of cold fusion, push them together, crush them together, then innovation and growth springs out of that combination. And we need to take action to improve our performance in all three areas. So in terms of people, there's obviously a lot of work to do in the skills agenda, that starting in schools, so a bigger emphasis on math, science, coding, tech in schools, conversion courses at universities. We've got a whole load of conversion courses that we're funding through to PhDs. We're currently funding, for example, 1,000 PhDs in artificial intelligence, which is fantastic, and lifelong learning, right? But we also need to make sure that the most talented people globally can come here. So we've got some new visa routes. There's a new scale-up visa route opening up in a couple of months in March of next year. So fast growth companies can bring people in to the UK much more easily, right? So if somebody is super bright, wherever they are in the world, we want them to come here quickly and easily. So I think that's the people bit. On the ideas bit, I talked a bit in my opening remarks about funding for raw university research, which often kind of feeds later into practical application. So I remember I studied physics at Oxford in the mid-1990s, and I remember there was work going on at the time on quantum computing, right, which at the time was largely theoretical. But now, obviously, 25 years later, we're seeing it getting deployed in sort of real life situations. And I think that tech transfer from university to commercialization is something that US universities do unbelievably well. And I think we can do better at that here in the UK. We do some already, but we need to do a lot more. And the third area is funding, I mentioned. I think we're good at the seed stage investments. I think SEIS, things like SEIS, EIS, VCT are all good. Although I am lobbying to improve them further by increasing some of the limits. Our VC community is good at the sort of Series A, Series B level. I think we need to do more to get institutional capital, by which I mean pension fund money and insurance company money, into our VC community to fund Series C scale-up investments. So that's the sort of 50, 100, 150 million pound checks for really meaningful scale-up. And one of the things, they're not participating. UK pension funds, UK insurance companies are not investing as much as I think they could or should in the sector. So, for example, 65% of funding into US VC comes from US pension plans. In the UK, the equivalent figure is only 12%. So I see a huge opportunity to try and encourage that. And as far as the sort of the very final leg in the capital journey is concerned, so I've started at the small, I'm going to the big. The final leg in the journey is the public stock market, IPOs, and the London Stock Exchange is good. We've had some good IPOs this year, including Oxford Nanopore just a few weeks ago. But our market share of tech IPOs is lower than it should be. We've seen some of our best firms choosing to list in NASDAQ in New York, like Accenture, which is an Oxford-based AI company, medical science AI company. I'd like to get more of those companies listed here, and the Hill Review, which is being implemented, I think will help that. So it's that cold fusion of people, ideas, and funding. And if we get those three things together here in the UK, then there will be an even bigger explosion of innovation and growth. And that is what I'd like to see.
Thank you. Well, thanks very much for kicking us off today and for giving us your time. We're really grateful to have had you here today. And I'm now going to hand back to Nigel, who'll tell us what's happening next. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ellie. That was a really excellent session. Thank you so much for asking those questions. Well, how about that? We're already 7 minutes late, and we've only only just started. Thank you so much for the many people that have joined in the last half an hour or so. Thank you for the chat. Keep it going. As Callum said, the Minister agreed to some prepared questions, and I think Ellie did exceptionally well in bending that slightly and asking some of her own, and I hope that was a beneficial chat. There were some comments in the chat on UK data protection approaches. Well, that's the next session, because the next session is the future of the UK's data protection frameworks. So keep the comments and the questions going, because they'll have a future use, as they say. So this session now is going for an hour. I just wanted to make one housekeeping announcement that all these sessions are being recorded, and there will be a transcript of the recording after the IGF is finished tomorrow, so you won't miss anything. But without further ado, let me hand over to Kenneth Cukier, Senior Editor for The Economist, to introduce his panel for the future of the UK's data protection framework. Thank you very much.
Pleased that we can be here to have a conversation on these critical themes. And it's stunning, I think I speak for all of us, to say not only are these themes so important that we can get together and have this conversation, but stunning that the technology has delivered, and it seems apparently that it can work and we can actually do this remotely. What I'd like to do now is introduce the panelists as well as the topic. And as they come up onto stage, for so to speak, then present them with a single question, which I'll have them all answer one by one, which will try to crystallize the debate. And after the first 30 seconds in which we've all sort of put forward a single answer to this critical question, we'll start teasing it out and developing the themes themselves. So the panelists are, and the ones that you'll see in the program as well, are Renata Sampson, who is the Principal Policy Advisor at the consumer rights organization Which. We have Sadia Dar, who leads the Open Rights Group on migration rights. We have Benjamin Mueller, who is the Senior Policy Analyst at the Center for Data Innovation, and Michael Vale, who's an Associate Professor at University College London. Hello all. Thank you all for joining us today. Now, as you're all appearing on screen and getting ready for the panel, let me sort of be provocative and propose a question that we can all try to wrestle with very quickly. And I'd like to get your answer, and I'll choose an order for you. And the question is this: that Brexit is the best thing ever to happen for data rights in the United Kingdom, because we can unshackle ourselves from the EU's GDPR and create a data strategy that's better for the economy, better for people, and unleashes productivity. So all those, do you believe that Brexit is the best thing ever to happen for data rights in Britain? So Renata, yes or no?
Can I go with maybe?
Sadia, yes or no?
Emphatic no.
Yes or no?
No.
Benjamin? Benjamin possibly is on mute, possibly not here. Well, let's do this. Emphatic no versus maybe. Renata, explain this.
I think that the GDPR was always an excellent starting point. But of course, things move and shift and change. I'm not going to link that to Brexit. I'm going to link that to technology and use of data and opportunities. So rather than saying an outright no, I'm going to put a little bit of positivity in the air and suggest that if managed correctly, now whatever that means, there is the opportunity for some elements of GDPR to be built upon and to move with the times. That doesn't mean deregulation. That means taking what we've got and moving forward with it rather than backwards.
Okay. No, that's thoughtful, reasonable, well spoken, but that's not what I want right now from Benjamin. Benjamin, did you hear the question? And the question was, Brexit is the best thing ever happened to data rights because we can get rid of the GDPR and its shackles, be unshackled, and free this freedom-loving country to one in which we can get the proper use of data that finds the juste milieu, a French term, between protection and economic growth and innovation. What do you think?
Well, in the interest of stirring the debate a bit, I'm going to answer in the affirmative because I did hear the previous answers, and I think it's good to offer a counter perspective.
Fantastic. So apparently you're only playing along and you're saying something that you don't believe, but we'll get back to it in a second. Saja, you said emphatic no. Explain yourself.
So I think that privacy is power, and I think the government's proposals in the recent public consultation that they launched, Data a New Direction, I think that we're on a slippery slope if the government is going to go ahead and do away with that legislation that was largely put in place to protect the rights of citizens. And I mean, in my work at Open Rights Group, I look at the intersection between migrants' rights and digital rights. And I'm thinking about the impact that this will have, not just on all data subjects, but, data subjects that are highly vulnerable.
Okay, and why can't we have it both ways?
Well, I think that I'm sure all of us here have read the proposals. I mean, I think that I don't think innovation should come at the expense of privacy. I think that and I think that actually is what the government is pursuing with these proposals. It's innovation at the expense of privacy, and also at the expense of building and developing trust, which is essential to innovation too.
Okay, Michael.
So I'm a legal scholar, and I take the question fairly literally. What does being in the EU mean? Well, it means a regulation is binding and can't be altered without another legislative process at EU level. And actually surprisingly little about the GDPR that seems to be coming out in the data consultation, New Directions, is actually relating to the binding nature of the GDPR at all. I think it doesn't recognize that the member states have huge scope in many different ways to alter and change the basis of the GDPR in UK law by providing new public interest means, by altering the way they enforce it, by providing new guidance. And when you read through as a legal scholar, you think, well, you could do this within the context of the GDPR. You could do this within the context of the GDPR. So there's a lot of desire to stir up the primary legislation with a deregulatory mode, rather than explore in full what you can do through statutory instruments and through changing the nature of enforcement and providing clarity on things like legitimate interests. Already the ICO is known for not regulating and enforcing in terms of fines and so on, and instead saying, we decide what we want to enforce based on strategic choices within the GDPR. So it's not like this is a regime where everything is followed to the letter the whole time. And it's not like you have to go back to primary legislation to change this. And I really have anybody who says we need to change X or Y about the UK GDPR, to me, needs to justify why that needs to be done in primary legislation at all. because I have not seen convincing answers to this so far, and maybe they're not being creative enough or they haven't properly read the law.
Now I want to delve into that in a moment, but first, Benjamin, you warmly embraced the provocative question. So why do you say yes?
Well, to begin with, I think it's really important that we stress the nuances of this topic. And I think Michael's just done a great job of that. This is ultimately a question of studying the law and its application. And it's not necessarily a binary in terms of we're going to rip up GDPR and throw it all out the window and have a free-for-all. It's actually a question of what can be done both within and outside of GDPR in order to permit, innovations and directions in which we want technology to head that are on the whole good for society. And I'm thinking of things like permitting pseudonymization of data, or moving away from a model where you need to have a single data controller and having shared data controllers. There's lots of little bits and bobs that you can tinker around with that, at the margin provide a lot of added benefit to organizations and society as a whole, and may be acceptable in terms of the implications they have for the data privacy framework. But the key point is that the debate shouldn't be conducted against the sort of hysteric backdrop of we're all about to lose all our rights and protections. And I think that's why a nuanced approach of the kind that Michael just approached and Renate also alluded to is valuable in this discussion.
Okay, so what the sort of consensus position by Renate, Michael, and Benjamin is very reasonable, it's very thoughtful. It's sort of a middle of the ground approach that gives and takes. And this is going to be the world's most boring panel if you are so moderate and thoughtful like this. However, I'll allow that to be if that's what the ground truth requires. Let me shift slightly and delve into the question of what is and what could be. How will the EU, actually, how will the UK interact with the GDPR in a post-Brexit environment, and how should it?
So is that directed at me?
Since you've just spoken, let me see if there's someone else who sort of through body language suggests that they want to pick up the chalice first. Michael, please.
Yeah, there are, the UK has to engage with the GDPR in a way that understands it's now a rule taker in these areas, particularly given Council of Europe Convention 108. The idea, the underlying framework of requiring a legal basis and transparency to process data and personal data as a definition being harmonized very heavily across the world means we just have to stick with these. Otherwise, we create friction for businesses, for governments, in understanding multiple definitions and categorizing data in different ways. And that's not going to come with any benefits because the GDPR is not a very restrictive instrument. It's actually quite a legitimizing instrument of what it allows you to do. I mean, look at what the big tech platforms do with data and don't get enforcement on the basis of, because they can interpret the law in an extremely permissive way, as they do. So what I think we can do, though, when we interact with these rules, I'm also putting e-privacy in this bundle as well, is consider how we can make data rights and data protection clearer and more concrete for people on this island. And what this means, for example, let's take cookie banners as an example. I know it's not data sharing necessarily, but cookie banners, they don't have a reject option. People get frustrated with them. They're very annoying. And there's been a lot of discussion about getting rid of them. But we can't unilaterally get recourse to make British companies and just get rid of them. But what we can do are things like rules that say, actually, when British consumers put a do not track signal in their browser, it is illegal to show them a cookie banner. It has to go for them. And that doesn't mean that we get rid of them or deny that they have to be done by businesses. But for consumers, it means that cookie banners do disappear in a way that countries around the world can adhere to in relation to British consumers. But if we try to say British websites don't have to do them, well, they'll say, well, we have to do them anyway because we have to serve them to European customers and other customers around the world. So, for example, these are quite clever ways in which we can use our extraterritoriality to make things clearer for us, but without trying to live in an unrealistic world where companies have to meet two standards which just cost them more money. And I think that's kind of a pragmatic way forward. So thinking about more like what we can do here, make more clarity that we can provide in the UK, can create interesting leadership.
Now, Renata, I see you nodding your head.
I think one of the most interesting words and important words that Michael has just used is the word clear. And there's an opportunity here for greater transparency. What I'm particularly worried about is that there's a desire through some of the suggestions in the new approach in data, a new strategy, which sounds a little bit like the next Star Trek film, that it's putting consumers further away at arm's length from their data. We're hearing an awful lot about control. We're hearing an awful lot about innovation and growth. We also do know, and consumers do know, that data is an integral part of that. But consumers' data, more often than not, is integral. It is at the heart of innovation and growth and products and services. And yet some of what's being presented is putting us much further away. Now, I think that that's really troubling. I think that bringing people on board with an integral part of their life, data is an integral part of all of our lives, bringing people on board will help innovation and growth, keeping us further away, not allowing us to challenge automated decisions made about us, which is one option that's being presented, suggesting that we get rid of cookie banners because they're annoying, but then everything is strictly necessary, also undermines people's ability to be able to make a good decision for themselves and for their family. We talk an awful lot about vulnerable consumers. At any time, any one of us could become vulnerable, and vulnerability is often temporary. It's not necessarily a permanent state. These things often are spoken about, therefore, in binary terms. It's all black. It's not all black and white. There's often a lot of grey. And the further away consumers are kept from their data and kept from how innovation and growth is going to work, arguably, it might seem easier on the page, but actually it makes life much more difficult in the long term. Bringing people on board is a great opportunity for the future of data protection. Keeping us away, I would say, and deregulating will actually do us damage in the long term.
Now, Benjamin, you've been hearing both Renata and Michael interpret the idea of how the UK should interact with the GDPR and how it could in the future. How do you see the situation from your vantage point?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to try and bring this to life by giving a specific example of a potential reform or change to the GDPR framework that could deliver benefits to consumers without necessarily undermining the way in which they are protected. So currently under GDPR, users have a right to opt out of automated decision-making systems with significant effects. And obviously the logic behind that is very understandable and makes perfect sense. But the question is, does the evolving pace and capability of automated systems suggest that we might potentially benefit if, rather than having a sort of a blanket ban on generalized automated processing, we have a blanket permission and instead create specific protected categories of data that can't be automatically processed. And in legal terms, I guess the question would be whether there could be a shift away from looking at the means of by which a decision was taken in terms of data processing, and instead looking at how the outcome can be challenged and looking at means of redress. That's a very specific, concrete proposal that I'm sure Michael and Renata have thoughts about, but you could conceivably make a change to the law that would create a more innovation-friendly environment and still keep users protected. I think I personally tend to approach the subject along those lines. What specific targeted interventions could the UK now undertake that it's left the GDPR framework? Another dimension that I think doesn't get sufficient attention is that the UK has very explicitly said it's looking to expand data transfer agreements across the globe. This is something that's proven very difficult for the EU to do because the process of awarding adequacy is quite heavily politicized. And even inside the EU, there's now frustrations that they're not able to set up these digital trade deals with as many jurisdictions as they want. And if the UK can lead the way, that might create a sort of a healthy incentive for the EU to follow suit. And then lastly, I just want to stress for the audience that the UK's data reform consultation is just that. It's a consultation. It's not by any means a program of announcements of what will be done. It's actually a very considered and studied document that I would urge all of you to take a look at, where GDPR is sort of explored comprehensively and different ideas are floated in order to canvass public and expert opinion on where to go next. And I think that's absolutely the right way forward for the UK.
Michael, let me hold off a second, and I want to just park adequacy on one side, automated decisions on the others, which I think you're going to weigh in on automated decisions. But first bring Sadia into this, because when Renata brought up the idea of vulnerability, it brings up the question and the temporality of vulnerability, of the question of vulnerable populations, and particularly, of migrants and what privacy rights mean there. Now, Sadia, we're talking generally, more broadly, about the question of how the UK should interact with the GDPR and how it might want to change or tailor it. How do you see these issues, particularly when it comes to the rights of migrants?
Thank you very much. I think for me, this also raises questions about our data protection culture as well. I think that we need to be establishing an all-encompassing culture of data protection. And I think rather than we need to withstand this pressure to do away with this legislation. I think, and we need to focus on building trust. There are already examples of where things have happened, which have, I would say, have had a huge impact on trust with vulnerable communities. And I'm not just talking about migrants, I'm talking about communities of color, I'm talking about people with disabilities. And I don't think that these groups are necessarily being thought of. In the work I do with migrants' rights, the whole process is data intensive, and GDPR protects the rights of those people. It may not be perfect, it may be annoying, people may find it annoying, but it does provide protections and allow people to seek redress should those protections be violated in any way, shape or form.
Great. Now, Michael, you were chomping at the bit. Was it because of automated decisions, or was it for on a different topic?
It was mostly automated decisions, but you can
go for it. I'm really interested.
Yeah. So I think this is an area where there's a lot of misconception about what is currently allowed in the law and what's not and what's possible. So I've written several papers about this, never come across a business or an organization that claims that their decision even falls within Article 22 of the GDPR. So I think we're firstly looking at a policy issue which is kind of imaginary as a barrier to things. And I'd be interested from Benjamin if he has a concrete example of a kind of decision that is currently being prevented by this in terms of a sector or an area, because I think it's best to work with concrete examples. He said he provides them, but I think it's best to work with kind of concrete examples there rather than articles. But even if you find an example here, these decisions are permitted if they're necessary to perform a contract with a consumer. So in any commercial setting for products which consumers are seeking, they're not a problem in this context. They're also permitted without requiring an opt-in if they're authorized by law. So that could be through secondary legislation. So immediately, like I said, without touching the primary legislation, the Secretary of State can say quite simply, we're finding that in this sector, where there might be a justification to have it opt out rather than opt in, and we'll just place this in a category in the end of the Data Protection Act and authorize it by law. So it's we can be super agile around this as we decide and locate areas of interest there. And so when you kind of dig down into what's actually a barrier here, I kind of feel like a lot of this is hot air that gets discussed around things like the barriers in the GDPR. Actually, people just need to be more creative with the way they look at the existing framework.
Fair enough, but let me turn it back to you and say, if very few things actually get ensnared in Article 22, what was the purpose of Article 22? Was just this simply sort of Brussels flattering itself that it could actually have a power that actually is meaningless in the real world, but also potentially be selectively employed when it suits its interests?
Well, Article 22 and the equivalent of that's been in the Data Protection Act 1998. as well as Article 15 of the Data Protection Act. So it's not a new provision that relates to this. It comes from...
Where was it strengthened?
It wasn't really strengthened very much, no. It comes effectively from this concern about a kind of Kafkaesque, particularly governing the public sector choices, where there may actually be a need to implement due process as you datafy the public sector. And so it comes to the idea that you actually need to have a legal basis or need to have certain rights when decisions are being made about you for your own dignity, if they're not involving humans or they're not involving processes of oversight. And even then it's quite weak because the categories are about significant decisions about individuals and so on. But I think it provides an important stopgap, but it's not a hindrance to innovation or the AI industry. And I'd be interested to know if there's a concrete example of where it is.
Benjamin.
Yeah, so there's two things I want to say. First of all, your answer perfectly illustrated what I was saying at the beginning of the panel. This is a question of understanding the nuance of how to create a different environment for innovators and companies. And your discussion of achieving this via secondary legislation rather than touching GDPR is a great example of that. This is why it's important to conduct a debate without hyperbole. It doesn't necessarily have to be about changing GDPR per se. It's about looking at which kinds of rules could be amended and through what means in order to stimulate certain forms of technology and in this case automated decision making that we might want to see more of. And so shifting from opt-in to opt-out in certain sectors may be a very sensible thing to do. I'm not taking a view on whether Article 22 per se should be changed. I'm just raising it as an example of, in the future, we can expect to see more and more powerful and capable automated decision-making systems. And it's quite right to ask ourselves what kind of legislative framework provides the right balance between encouraging the development and adoption of such systems and the right channels of redress for users in different sectors. And one point about Article 22 and the philosophy behind it that I think should also be mentioned is that there's this underlying assumption that keeping a human in the loop is the right way to maintaining fairness and justice in the system, when of course there's plenty of decision-making areas such as credit decisioning, where we created credit scores as a way to automate decision-making and take bias out of it, because it used to be the case that you have to rock up at your local bank where you were basically eyeballed by the credit officer, and it was an ideal route to discriminate against people. So my point is simply that the idea that humans are always going to provide a better and fairer decision than machines may itself be outdated and at the very least deserves further scrutiny and debate.
Now, this points to a larger issue, which is that just a few days ago, the British government has released its AI strategy. And one will wonder whether our data practices and our rules around data dovetail nicely with the ambitions of the government to unleash productivity and growth and jobs and innovation through an AI strategy. Does it? Is Britain on the right track, or is there something that we're doing that's wrong? I'm going to pick on Renata from a consumer interest standpoint. How do you...
I'm going to struggle to answer that question, but I want to just go back to the previous point, if I may. It's kind of the thing with face-to-face, and I'm not suggesting face-to-face, but having a human in the conversation is you can ask. Conversation is actually quite important. Being able to understand why computer says no is actually really critical. It's really critical for redress purposes. So there is a need for a mix here. Automating everything doesn't solve all the problems, and all the data also doesn't prevent bias from ending up in systems. Okay, so there's that. I just also want to go back to about opt-out. A scheme happened over the course of the summer. It's called, just to add to matters, the GPDPR. Which was about English patients in England's data from their medical record being uploaded onto a central system to enable research to happen. Now, which did some survey work, and we found that roughly half the country didn't know about this scheme. That as in English patients didn't know. Patients in England didn't know about the scheme. So therefore, they didn't know that they had the choice to opt out of it. Those that did opt out, and in the summer it was 3.1 million people the government reported had opted out of it. Now that's quite a phenomenal amount of people, and we found through our survey work that some of the reasons why they were opting out was A, that they didn't feel they had enough information. So transparency in communication and honest communication is really important. But B, the information they were getting wasn't necessarily from reliable sources. So misinformation and disinformation online was leading to it's going to be US pharmaceutical companies who are buying my data. Now, government, the NHS said that that wasn't actually going to be the case. But because that information wasn't clearly available for people to be able to access and see and to understand and make an informed decision for themselves about what they wanted to do, it led to a situation where there's now mistrust. There's a lot of misinformation or potential misinformation out there, but also people are opting out. Now, it's really important. Data is really important for societal decision making. It's not always all about personal data. And that's another really important point we need to make here, particularly around AI strategies. We can't keep talking about the data. There's no such thing as the data. Data can mean an awful lot of different things. It's not always personal. It can be pseudonymized. It can be anonymized. That we can also be re-identified. Sometimes it's not even about us. As we continue on this journey, we need to change our language. We need to be better at explaining what we're all talking about. We need to be clearer about what data is and what the risks as well as the benefits are. And we need to put people in the middle of this. You know, explaining stuff to people shouldn't be seen as inhibitive. It should be seen as an opportunity.
Okay, so who and how? And let me go back to you, Renata, on this. Who in government should be the one to make the case, and how can they effectively make the case? In the case of healthcare data, it is pretty outrageous considering everybody who took the time to bother to get off the list are the very people who are sort of committed to probably having very good healthcare because they take such an active interest in it, that would probably want to have better healthcare that is, you know, more effective and wider distributed and less expensive with better patient outcomes that the data could provide. So it's almost counterintuitive, in fact, self-defeating, that they would be the ones to step aside. So tell me, when you come off of mute, who in government should be the one to have the leadership role in this, and how might they be able to be effective?
I don't like saying who and how. It's all of us, right? Let's not try and insert a blame game into this. No, I'm being serious. No, I'm being really serious. It is all of us. We've got an awful lot of positive language coming out of government right now, and it's all about the benefits of data. Yet, at the other hand, we've also just heard from the Minister about the online safety bill. We are now trying to unpick profound societal harms. It's not, we must always talk it up. We must always change the dial so that people can feel reassured. People's concerns are valuable concerns, but equally we then hear, well, the press are only ever talking about data breaches or loss of data. Yet at the same time, the front page of most newspapers is how data has helped us understand the pandemic. It's not as binary as everyone likes to make it out to be, and that's why I'm not going to give you a who and a how. I'm going to say all of us, all the time, and honesty. I really do worry that there's this idea that people are stupid, or that people, if they challenge or they don't want to share their data, it's because they're ignorant or they're just fearful. We make very nuanced decisions all the time, and Benjamin said earlier about it's about understanding the nuance. Well, that comes down to people as well. I can be willing to share my data for one reason and not for another, and that's perfectly reasonable of me to be able to do that. We make decisions based on our circumstances, based on decisions about family and a wide variety of issues. The more honest we can be, and the more we can talk about what data and why and what controls and choice we have about it, the better for all of us. And that will ultimately improve innovation and growth as well, I believe.
Sadia, let me bring you into this. You're nodding. What's your view?
I'm nodding because when you asked who, this is something that actually Open Rights Group raised in our response to the National Data Strategy consultation. We recognised that there hadn't actually been involvement with communities, and that's a huge part of our work. at open rights groups. So there'd been no engagement. I think I agree with what Renata says about assuming, that people don't know. People do know, and people also make decisions based on their experience. So migrants, for example, are going to make decisions about data based on their experience. And I just actually wanted to bring in an example. We recently produced a briefing document for the community and social sector, and we looked at how the government's proposals would affect different groups in society. And I just wanted to speak about something that happened last year. So you may or may not know that last year the Home Office was forced to stop using a racist algorithm that basically was sorting applications on the basis of problematic and biased criteria like nationality. And so what that meant was an individual visa applicant was allocated by the algorithm to the red category because of their nationality, which meant they had much lower prospects of a successful application than someone who had been put in the green category. And so that if they were forced to scrap the system under the threat of judicial review, and agreed to put in place protections such as equality impact assessments and data protection impact assessments. And if the government was to go ahead with its proposals, if it was to go ahead with scrapping Article 22, this would allow for automated decisions like sorting visa applications to be taken opaquely and without human review, and allow these systems to be deployed without properly assessing them for the risks that they might have to individuals. So I think these are really important things that we need to take into consideration. I agree also with Renata that all we do seem to hear, there are definitely, Open Rights Group would not disagree that there are not positive aspects to for data sharing, for example, but these also come with consequences that can be very serious for people.
Michael, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'll come in on that. I think that so there is a lot that can be improved in this sector through stronger guidance and similar data protection impact assessments and similar to those. But I mean, we also have to kind of point out some of the kind of elephants in the room in this space. And some of the elephants in the room, I think, are the very, very large platforms in this situation. And so your question initially about the AI strategy and similar almost totally ignores the way that AI systems are being built and developed today, which is without data. And that might sound surprising to some people in the audience, but companies like Apple and Google illustrate very clearly that you don't need the data. You just need control of the infrastructure. You need the ability to control, to run code on individuals' devices at the end of processes, and then effectively you can learn and personalize a huge amount about them. And that's the way they've been moving their businesses in the last 3 or 4 years in particular. To point out that if you control that, you don't need to be able to see data in the raw. But we're still talking about, as Renata said, the data, as if it is this kind of concept. We're not talking about the structures of power that underline this. And if we want the UK to be a leader in creating AI, we probably have to recognize that Apple and Google do not want the UK to be a leader in AI because they want to be leaders in AI. They want to control and intermediate this, and they want to be the most upstream actors that can turn the tap on and off and decide how to extract value from this system. And this is kind of tangential to data protection, but you have to see them together because data protection is still based on the idea that we have to govern personal data that we can kind of see. But what we're seeing now is that in order to restructure power for the purpose of innovation, we have to govern infrastructures, even what would be considered maybe argued by Apple and Google to be anonymous data. Because these sort of anonymous systems, look at the Apple scanning, on-phone scanning, for example, developing machine learning models, using everybody's devices in tandem, and they can claim we can see none of this data. This is power, and this is the ability to train models in a very, very powerful way that disintermediates any hope for innovation, small SMEs, and the same. So we have to cast focus on this really carefully, because it's these infrastructures that draw power from our small SMEs, that draw power and decision-making from governments, draw power in so many ways into a sector which is not pro-innovation. It's becoming a vampire squid. It's becoming a sector that actually kills and bricks innovation, that it takes away value or threatens its model. And so we have to draw careful attention to this. I know we've got the great digital markets unit in the UK thinking about this, and the Digital Market Act in the EU is doing interesting work there. But we have to draw attention closely to these things, because without this, there is not going to be hope, because it's not about finding a data set and training a nifty model and operating it anymore. It's about who is control of these infrastructures for experimenting on people in the world and optimizing systems, because it's only with those you can build the kind of dynamic systems that the big US tech giants do. And that's what I think worries me, that we're kind of missing the boat on regulating a space for innovation in the UK.
We're supposed to go to questions from the audience. We're not going to go to questions from the audience. Benjamin pursed his lips. Benjamin.
Yeah, I think Michael raises a lot of really interesting points by bringing in AI. So in the first instance, my view is that, you know, we're at the cusp really of a sort of sustained and protracted period of advancement and progress in AI. We're nowhere near this new approach having reached anything close to maturity. And this is precisely why it is so important to set up the right governance structures now, as in how to encourage the development and uptake of AI. And I think the UK's AI strategy tries to address exactly that question of how do we encourage the broadest possible basis of AI development in this country. And it does so through investment, it does so through talent visas, but it also does so by committing to researching, setting up standards to regulate algorithmic transparency, trustworthiness, explainability, all the kinds of tools that will encourage people to actually trust these technologies, but also giving businesses the right incentives to participate and you know, invest in AI. And as far as the various models go of how to train and build AI systems, one thing I would point out is that at the moment it's very difficult for businesses, small businesses, to train AI and machine learning systems on data that they have collected through interacting with users, because that could be deemed repurposing, even if this data has been pseudonymized, and you're then trying to you know, internally do some research to build some kind of machine learning model based off of it. That's certainly there's some barriers thrown in the way there by GDPR, and so there are some interactions certainly to data protection frameworks, and they're worth looking at, I think.
Legitimate interest in these spaces. I mean, that's kind of boils down to this. I mean, you look through every privacy policy and you see, we're going to use your data to research and produce and improve our services. You know, in every single policy, and we'll do it on an opt-out, or not even an opt-out basis, a basis where you can't opt out. I find it ridiculous to say this is actually, in practice, a barrier, and we have to contest with the political economy of this. Yeah, businesses find it difficult to train on AI because they've got such a tiny, weeny amount of data. So what you see is Google and Apple and Amazon selling them big general purpose models, saying, well, you can feed your tiny bit of data into our giant model we've created, and we'll deliver you this model as a service forevermore and extract value from your business, and inextricably tie this together. So any investment you put in this business is nonsense, because you have to grapple with the political economy of AI, which is that businesses don't have enough data to train. And just because businesses club up together doesn't mean they're going to have enough data to train. They're going to end up in these power relationships where their money and innovation is being extracted overseas. And if they become a threat to a large AI company, they'll just be bought. So like that's the reality of the UK.
I think it's wrong to say that it's a bad idea to put money into AI investment. The purpose of any such investment is to say, can I deliver a better service in the marketplace? And if there are viable ways to achieve that, then it makes sense to put money behind it. And this also relates to my point about the AI strategy, thinking about some of these issues, for instance, by looking at setting up sort of a public cloud compute infrastructure to ensure even access to this type of these type of research methods. And I again, it's just a question of nuance, and it's simply not always the case that these models are trained on proprietary data. You know, GPT-3, one of the most powerful models that exists, was trained on publicly available internet text. And the real constraint there was the cost of compute required to train the data, and that's something that a publicly subsidized cloud compute infrastructure could solve. So I just want to sort of steer away from blanket statements and encourage looking at the nuance of the various issues.
Renata, you come from a background both as the former CEO of Big Brother Watch, while at the same time working for a consumer rights organization. How do you think through this debate?
I mean, and also in the middle, a period of time looking at the Open Data Institute, which I think is also very relevant to the conversation that's just happened between Benjamin and Michael. And it's actually a really important point. There's an awful lot of emphasis at the moment that it's people need to stop hoarding their data or not providing access to their data or worrying about their data. Well, the same does apply to big companies as well. And we certainly saw that during the pandemic, that access to data that would have helped move things forward very, very quickly in relation to managing the pandemic, not just the health aspects of it, but the societal aspects of it, was problematic. So there's that as well. But I mean, I think throughout all the jobs that I've done and all the roles that I've held in relation to data, whether it's open, privacy, security, consumer rights, whatever, people are always at the heart of all of this. And that's why I bang on and have done in this session about engagement with people properly. We are all our data, right? But also it's not ours. Right now, me talking, there's all of us on this screen. It's about all of us here. Data is about us. Data can provide huge amounts of value. People aren't stupid. People need better information, and it's not about teaching them. It's about being open and honest and trustworthy, and also about the right to say no and interrogate and challenge. The further away we are kept from our data or from understanding what our data and everybody's data about us is doing, the more worrying this is. And I've made that point repeatedly, so I'm not going to make it again.
Sadia, I see you nodding as well.
Yeah, I think the points that Michael and Renata made, well, Renata made about people and that Michael made about power are just so important. Those two things, like, you know, they really need to be thought about. I think I'd end by saying that I'd again reiterated something that Michael said. I said, I don't think we should be seeing this kind of regulation as a barrier to prosperity. We need to change the way that we think and see it as, you know, the first step that, you know, towards innovation, the first step that, for example, companies should take. And also, I think we need to be thinking about, rather than doing away, adapting and improving our policies, especially in an environment that's rapidly changing. And I think when I say this, I mean this both politically and technologically. I was doing actually a bit of reading before this panel discussion, looking at what various what UNHCR, the UN Refugee Rights Organization, its take on data protection, and something that one of their legal policy officers said, that it's not actually, the problem isn't the data protection principles. The problem arises if those responsible think of these things too late in the process. So yeah, I think I just end on that.
Great. Okay. So we do want to bring in the audience and the audience questions to this conversation. For those of you who are listening, who are attending, I encourage you to look at the Q&A portion of this to find out the totality of what some of you have come up with as very thoughtful questions, and we don't have time for it. Questions that are sometimes quite nitty-gritty about adequacy rules and the EU helping to sort of modify or interact with GDPR. But what I would like to do is just bring up two of them and have the panel respond to one or the other that they think might be appropriate. So the first one, which harkens back to something that we've just spoken about, but I just want to present to you, is a question by one of the attendees that said, does the panel agree with Eric Schmidt, former chairman of Google, that the EU AI Act transparency requirements constitute a, quote, very big setback, unquote, for Europe? Okay? And then the second, and that's interesting because we've all spoken about the value of transparency and sort of the necessary need for that as a potential solution to some of the problems that we have. The second question, which I thought was interesting, is could national or regional data regimes evolve to become global, multi-stakeholder, self-coordinating governance processes? And what's interesting about that question is that it aligns very nicely with the IGF. The Internet Governance Forum is in fact born of this idea of a multi-stakeholder self-governing process to deal with digital challenges that transcend borders that can do better in this sort of bottom-up consensual approach of iteration through policymaking rather than just sort of the top-down nation state or super nation state element to it. Both of those are very interesting questions. I think we're gonna have to end on that because we only have 4 minutes left. So why don't, Michael, you're ready for one. Take it away.
It's interesting. I mean, Eric Schmidt isn't an EU lawyer, so he might need to get a bit more training on this. The transparency requirements the AI Act he's referring to effectively say that in a very small number of sectors that are considered to be high risk, those sector lists can change. And this is the very beginning of a process of legislation, so they may change. These are things like dispatching emergency responders, predictive policing, education, which is probably the most wide one that might need to be narrowed down a bit, and employment, so automatic hiring and firing and these kind of questions. If you are a company, you are selling something that is destined and is purposed for one of these very specific sectors, which is a tiny section of the AI market in general, then when you put it on the market, you have to ensure the transparency is available to the users of the system, which means the people who are in the company who buys it, such that they can oversee it responsibly in practice. And it's only as necessary. It's not explaining every decision to every user or anything like that, not to the end user. It is about selling products that can be safely used in certain situations. And the trade-off for this is that the current proposal, the EU forbids member states from placing further transparency requirements on any AI product that is not within those categories. So it is actually a ban on member states making laws that restrict the use of AI and add additional transparency requirements in anything but these high-risk sectors. So probably what Eric Schmidt, an EU lawyer, would realize is that that actually will enable almost every AI provider to know that they can sell without any obligations of transparency being placed upon them because of harmonization and preemption. So you might need to read up a bit more to look at that, but I think that should probably change. But the AI Act is more deregulatory in that transparency area than regulatory.
Thank you. Sajid, let me turn to you. We only have a few, just 2 minutes left, so these are going to be sort of almost closing statements on perhaps the questions I asked or the totality of this conversation. But please, over to you. If you're on mute. Yeah.
Mic off, yes, I saw. So I would say that I think with regards to that question, I think that transparency is like imperative. And I actually think that this makes sure that people actually can, again, coming back to that, the thing of trust, it makes sure that people can trust what, or go some way towards making sure that people can trust what AI has to offer.
Great, thank you. Renata.
Crumbs. Where do I even start? I'm just going to give a much broader summary. Consumers, and it's not just about consumers. I did see in the chat, of course, it's not about consumers. It's about people, but we are all citizens and consumers. And a lot of the data that we share with AI systems, with Internet of Things, with the Internet is often in our role as a consumer as well as in our role as a citizen. We need to be at the heart of all of this, and that means being able to challenge and say no, as well as saying yes, but understanding where the benefits come from, not being told the benefits are for us without knowing why, how, when, etc. So I look forward to seeing where the conversation is going to go.
Benjamin.
Yeah, I just want to actually address the second question from the public that you raised and finish on that. I think it's really important in the age of sort of digitized, globalized commerce that we try and adapt our regulatory frameworks for that and think of ways to create interoperable and harmonized approaches to facilitate the free flow of data across borders, because I do really think if regulated the right way, it's going to be an engine for prosperity and progress. So I just want to stress that is really an area that's been overlooked. The rise of data protectionism and localization I want to stress that that there are real benefits to be reaped if we re-energize policy efforts to create a sort of multi-stakeholder and multilateral forum to discuss how to encourage data flows.
Great, thank you. Let me add my own 2 cents, which is simply to say that what I've learned from this session comes back from some of the earlier comments by Michael and others, which is that the GDPR's definitions are very important because they sort of become broadly applicable across borders and enable the trade in data and the flow of data. And so keeping just that definitional standardized aspect of it is useful, a little bit like TCP/IP, the Internet Protocol, allowing for the interconnection of networks across borders as well, which is what the IGF supports as well. So I want to please join me in thanking the panelists, Renata Sampson, Michael Vale, Benjamin Mueller, and Sadia Dar, and stay on for the rest of the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kenneth. That was a really lively session. Some great contributions, and also some great contributions in the chat. So thank you so much for that. So first of all, I need to apologize. As a civil servant, I often apologize. But this morning, what I did after the ministerial address, I was so carried away, and I was looking forward to discussing data protection that I introduced the session straight away on data protection. I didn't give you a networking break. If we'd been physical, no doubt people would have shouted at me and said I was depriving you of your coffee and everything else, but no one shouted at me. Well, perhaps you did virtually. So I'm very sorry for that. But the good news is that after the next session, I'm handing over to another chair, so you'll have a more competent compare. But the second piece of good news is that we're now entering a networking break for the next sort of 14, 15 minutes or so, after which we'll go to our next session, which is how to tackle gender-based violence online. So we're going into this networking break. During the networking break, you'll be taken to our virtual networking space, where you can start video calls with other attendees or connect by sending messages.
as you don't often get with politicians. How do we end online abuse? Well, first of all, by being really clear what we mean by it, being really clear what the tactics and common terms and uses of online abuse are, so that we can better address it and that people can be better to defend themselves against it. At the moment, online abuse gets cheapened by things that are not online abuse. Often online abuse gets compared to things that are more violent forms of gender-based violence and therefore not seen as serious enough. And actually, as you say, this continuum of violence, online abuse needs to be seen in its own right. At Glitch, we define online abuse as a catch-all term for tactics, behaviours, characteristics of actions online that are to spark a threat to physical or mental violence, to make people to feel unsafe, to embarrass, to incite hate, or to incite someone to incite people to kind of troll or cause intimidation. And when we talk about online abuse, and if we want to address it, it's really, really, really important that we have an intersectional lens to understanding online abuse. Otherwise, we miss certain characteristics of abuse. We miss certain tactics of abuse. And having an intersectional framing, which is a term coined by Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw, which allows us to see where people with multiple and intersecting characteristics and identities are more likely to face oppression or might have privilege. But in this case of gender-based violence, that isn't usually the case. So online abuse is things like dead naming, which particularly affects trans communities, which is using their previous identity and name to try and embarrass them. It's trolling, it's harassment, it's stalking. And actually, it's important to say that this on Monday in the UK, there was a case of a guy who for 10 years was stalking women, was creating fake accounts, stripping their personal data to pretend to be them, to solicit sex and other inappropriate acts. It was this to multiple people over 10 years. And the judge herself said, we have focused so much on offline violence that we have forgotten the state in which online violence is getting worse. And as mentioned by Nigel and yourself, online abuse, this abuse has gotten worse in the pandemic. This last year, if we can remember what it was like before the pandemic, we at Glitch were really, really concerned that we were going to face lockdown. We were seeing conversations around the world around early lockdowns where there was a real concern around domestic abuse and domestic violence, which was really important. But we found there was a real gap and people talking about the impact of now expanding our usage of the internet and broadband and increasing the use of particular platforms, exposing us to online abuse. And we launched a survey of just under 500 people that resulted in some statistics that I'm going to read off and then I'll pass on the mic. We found out that 46% of people had experienced online abuse during the first lockdown in the UK. And when you apply that intersectional lens, this increases to 50% of Black and minoritized people. 29% of people who were abused said it was worse during COVID-19. And again, when you apply an intersectional lens, this goes up to 38% for Black and minoritized people. Gender, by no surprise, was cited as the reason for online abuse, and that was 48%. But the key thing, and I hope we get an opportunity to talk about this when we start looking at solutions, only 9% of respondents received some updated form of training from their employers on how to stay safe while online, while working remotely. Only 9%. So actually there is a huge role for employers, a huge role for companies to expand their duty of care around health and safety to online health and safety, to make sure that it's really clear what a zero tolerance to abuse online is, as well as what we saw with the Euros earlier this year, when people are being abusive on footballers' platforms and they are obviously working for a company. What is the response of employers to make sure that they are holding those people to account? So there are many ways that we can address online abuse, but I'm particularly interested to be talking about what employers can be doing alongside government and tech companies as well.
Thank you so much, Shay. I think it's really important how you've acknowledged that there was a lack of response from employers in terms of thinking about that online health and safety, but there was more so kind of like thinking of how do we watch you whilst you're working on this online space so that so there was increased surveillance, right? And so then this provides a nice segue to the next question for Hera in terms of thinking of solutions, right? And my question to you is, how have you developed approaches to address gender-based violence online? And so then we can build up some of the ways to tackle this question.
Thanks. I think Shay did a really good job in setting the scene for, what the problem is. And, if you're someone who is online, there's a good chance you've come across online abuse. And if you happen to be a woman or a trans person or a non-binary person and that of color or any other like protected characteristic that makes you a bigger target, you've absolutely experienced it or seen it happen to someone close to you. So, we have amazing organizations working on policy and research. Shay and Glitch do really amazing work on this. And so when I started Chayn 8 years ago, my focus was on a gap that I saw, which is that there wasn't much support for survivors who were going through it in the moment, because, the traditional charities that work on gender-based violence, focus very heavily on material support around like shelters or counseling for like legal counseling. And I found that in the UK, it was very, there was a real lack of diversity and an inclusion when it came to, what languages were used, how we were talking about these issues. And I just felt like as a young woman, it just left me feeling like I needed to do something about that. So, that's what Chayn does. We have a team of both paid staff members and volunteers from different walks of life. We have a very diverse team, and we come up with resources that support survivors. Things like how to stay safe online, how do you collect evidence of abuse, how do you heal from trauma. And another part of the work that I do is about setting better standards for design. So how can we, and that comes on the preventative side, like how can we create systems and environments and products and services in such a way that we are mitigating against the very real and expected nature of, gender-based violence. There's no, if gender-based violence happens in person, of course it's going to happen online as well. But this air of inevitability that we often have with anything to do with gender-based violence is, of course there's always going to be gender-based violence, but I think it's that's not the best way of thinking about it, because even if it's going to happen, we need to do our part in reducing that as much as possible. So, and there are policy things, design things, research things that we can do to achieve that. So I work with survivors who, are often left out of that process. They are just, someone that things happen to. They have experienced the abuse and people tell them what to do. And then if they feel like that's not really speaking to what they want, then there's really nothing for them to then do about it. So this real lack of active and meaningful involvement, which really a lot of survivors want in their own healing, in the fact that they want to reduce this for other people. That's what I focus on. So the content that Chayn produce is multi-language. We've got more than 14 languages. We take a decolonizing approach to this work, which means really acknowledging that a lot of the solutions that we have to in-person problems have been around outside the West for ages, and it's just that we don't know about them. And how can we apply the same principles of community, which exist everywhere around the world? So, including in the UK, how can we apply those same concepts to online spaces, products, services? And yeah, so that's and you can find out more about the kind of resources we have on chayn.co, and I'll leave it in the chat.
Thank you so much, Hera. For me, the way you saved a response is we can all start from somewhere, and it's not just necessarily about waiting for someone to act, and actually providing resources and giving people a choice of being able to respond to particular situations and finding a solution that works best for them. And I like how both of you have used terms in terms of thinking about intersectionality, decolonization, and community-based responses to all of these issues, because you either experience it yourself or you watch someone who's close to you going through it. And so then moving on to Shay, the question that I have for you is that, so I was reading up on Glitch and I saw amazing work you did with BR Sport in terms of thinking about the Draw the Line campaign. So what is the value of bringing in diverse stakeholders who are from the private sector, as we've been talking about employers, to actually tackle gender-based violence online?
Yeah, the BT Sport campaign was probably a very big kind of professional milestone for me when I set out the kind of manifesto for Glitch back in late 2016, early 2017. It was for everyone to realize they had a part to play as digital citizens to help make the online space safe for all. And yes, there's a role for government. Yes, there's a role for tech companies. But just follow me on Twitter. You can see that I'm always holding those two entities to account. But we have to move away from passing blame and passing the buck. And as Hera said, we all can do something. And a big institution that can do something are employers. And BT Sport, we worked with them as an employer for huge numbers of people. They're a FTSE 100 company. We also work with them as people who provide entertainment and sports to masses of people here in the UK and Europe. And we also work with them as people who profile players and talents on their platforms, so footballers and pundits. And so it was a multi-pronged approach to work with BT. It started on educating them about what online abuse was, so that they could really understand that this is not a kind of a brand flashpoint campaign tick box exercise. Like, this is a matter of life and death, and we really need you to understand this and to really get behind it. And I'm really pleased that they were really willing and able to do that. We gave them lots of training. So part of our work at Glitch is we offered training on digital self-care and self-defense, but also what is online abuse and knowing your rights. So we were able to offer that training. The second component was looking at what is the data saying? How bad is online abuse for when it comes to matches, when it comes to certain people playing? We know that when a Black woman's on TV, they get more abuse, but like, can we capture this in data? And so we worked with them on an AI tracker tool to begin scraping some of this data, and we were seeing some horrific things happening during certain matches. I mean, I did have to consult my boyfriend to understand what was happening in the football world, to be able to understand what was translating online. But this was happening during the conversations around a European Super League, which really sparks abuse. And then we also created a survey with YouGov and BT to ask people about their experience of online abuse, but also ask them about bystander interventions, because a huge thing that we can all do is not just be bystanders to online abuse, but understand how we can report it, support people, and amplify the really good stuff that is happening online. So it was a multi-pronged approach. It was a long, big campaign, but it allowed us to see some really great successes of what it means to get a massive company to now start responding and reporting online abuse to their players and to their staff, not just letting it be something that just appears. I remember when I set up Glitch, it really pained me that companies like Nike would have Serena Williams being a massive ambassador for their work and their campaign. And then all of this horrific misogynoir was in the comments page, and no one responded, no one said anything. And actually, silence, in my opinion, in this case, is compliance. And actually, it's not good enough to use Black women, to use diversity for hits and likes and being current and flavor of the month, and not actually be there to support their safety. So getting BT to now respond to big players' abuse was huge. Then they were tracking and documenting it, and it gave them more gravitas to help us hold tech companies to account. And I just want to share some stats with you that came out from the BT campaign. We found that 1 in 10 of us received some form of online abuse in the last year. 1.8 million people had seen some form of abuse on social media. And also, only 23% of people knew what to do when they saw abuse. So there was a real disconnect from seeing abuse and then actually intervening. So we worked with PT on a kind of campaign online and on social media called Support Report. Just 3 basic things that we can all do as individuals, as digital citizens, to keep the online space safe. Do I think that this is enough? No, but I think it's a real benchmark to what other platforms can be doing. Do I think the whole issue is just online? Actually, no. If we go back to the European Super League, and I'm sure no one who was signing up to a UK Internet Governance Forum talking about gender-based violence thought that I would be talking about football, but it's a really good example of an issue that was happening offline and people not having appropriate means to vent their concerns and then taking that out online. We have that in politics, not used all the time, but we have means to be able to hold MPs to account. We have means to be able to hold journalists to account, but we don't have means to hold celebrities, footballers, pundits to account. And actually what is brewing now is people go into the online space to do that. And I think there are real ways that employers can be looking at offline associations, forums, groups, to not only just talk about these issues that they have, but also talk about appropriate conduct and behavior. Because I've been to a couple football games recently, and the disgusting things that I've heard in the stands is unbelievable. And that is translating online. And I think that is where we can be taking people to the next level, holding their fans to account. It's not enough just to be banning people, which we've seen a lot of football clubs doing. There is a huge education piece. We're expecting people, because they can use MSN and make the Sky remote control work and know how to work WhatsApp, that they know how to behave online. We have an understanding and social norms of navigating offline, and we've not yet had that conversation online. And I think that is just as important as regulation and tech accountability.
Absolutely. I'm literally just shaking my head, nodding my head in agreement throughout, because we do see those social norms that are offline being translated into the online space, and they actually are felt as more intensely, whereas you can physically sort of like, if you can, walk away from some of the conversations, but online it's that concentrated engagement that is actually then from abuse to violence on this online platform. So Hera, and I know you started talking about this in the previous question that I had asked, but your work offers a trauma-informed, intersectional, multilingual, and feminist approaches to actually addressing gender-based violence. What is the importance of moving away from a victim-centric narrative, and how can the UK focus on prevention-orientated approach to tackling gender-based violence?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the UK is both, very protectionist in terms of its like policies around tech, where it wants to, especially on like online abuse, it wants to restrict anonymity, it wants to like have age controls and like have some like quite a lot of like restrictions on freedom of speech, as some would say, including me. And then on the other hand, it's actually quite lax as well, where the police don't have much powers to do anything. When something happens online, the police have no training. Like, judges and lawyers don't know enough about online abuse and cyber flashing. So we are kind of like in this weird space where like there's on certain issues and certain fractions of like policymakers, we want really like tough action, which I think can be misdirected. And then where we really need tough action, there's just not that impetus. So, when I think about like Chayn's work, I really, over the years, the thing that's like really kept me motivated and going is just interacting with survivors and understanding how much they value hope-based, spaces and communication and ideas. Because when you experience abuse, especially if it's cyclical, it happens a lot, it's repeated, it makes you feel so hopeless about the situation you're in. Again, you have this idea that it's inevitable. I'm always going to be in a bad situation. Nothing will improve for me. And then I think, but then taking someone out of that like situation and mindset allows them to like see their trauma and like step away from it and think, I am going to have to live with this trauma, but like, how can I not let this define what like my life? This is going to be part of me, but I'm going to find tools to kind of move forward. And I think that's the space that's that's where we start thinking about hope and prevention, and how do we create different rules for like interaction in our society. Seyi talks a lot about digital citizenship, which I think is bang on, because we in the way we discuss these issues, we are, my school teacher used to say that we are the experimental generation, the 90s kids, because we got all this technology and the web and the internet, and it was like we were the test subject. And I think we've shown that there's like a lot of problems when you don't teach children how to behave online, because the barriers are so much lower, the social cues aren't there, you don't see consequences of your actions. So there's a lot of preventative stuff around education that can be done in schools, around consent education, ethics, digital citizenship, which Seyi talks about a lot. And I think while I talk about children, I think we kind of need that for our policymakers and employers as well. Like the amount of times I've seen HR policies that are, you look at someone's inclusion and diversity and anti-harassment policies, and like the language is super strict in it. So you're like, wow, this organization takes this really seriously. But then you talk to the employees and they're like, nothing happens. You get trapped into really long, drawn out, re-traumatizing processes where you cannot, like, you're not heard. So I think these swerving between this knee-jerk reactions by saying, we need to have passport IDs for everybody who's online, to being like, oh, well, I'm so sorry that someone distributed all these pictures of you. There's nothing we can do. It's online. So, tough luck. Just open a new Instagram account. This is not the way to do it. I think we need better safety standards. You have to have safe spaces by design. Of course, these crimes are going to happen, but we have to work on the side of how can we stop these crimes from happening? How can we reduce that by having better education, better ethics, more training on how to spot these? And then the other side being, let's have specific protections for people who go through it, be it through legal processes or transformative justice or all the different ways, but really centering it around what the survivor needs and what the system needs. So, the survivor might be like, I need to see someone who did this to me go to jail. But what the system needs is, at the same time, we want to see that, the tone of online communication and conversation is changed. So we need to have systemic approaches, as well as the very individual based, community based approaches, which relate to people's own circumstances. So I think this is where it's tough, because we can give a yes and no answers to this is the best thing to do. Yes, if we do these 3 things, we will end online abuse. There's no such thing. It's full of nuance, complex. It's a long thing, and we need people, employers, technologists, policy, everyone to be just as committed to taking the long road and the complex road to something which is a social problem in which tech plays a really big part.
Absolutely. And I think for me, when you said hope as part of that response that allows for prevention, though it triggered the next question, and that I thought about was do our digital policies and regulations in place actually cater for that kind of hope? Or is it more so kind of thinking of it has to be strict? We're not going to, hope would be considered something as soft and mushy, so we're not going to deal with that. We want to deal with a hard feedback and hard facts, which so as we get ready for our Q&A, I'm going to pose this question to the both of you. How would some of the UK government's flagship digital policies potentially have a gendered impact? Do you think they have, or do you think there's room for some kind of improvement there?
Always room for improvement. Just on the play and point, I definitely believe that the problem that we have when we are focused on freedom from violence, freedom to not receive death threats, freedom to not feel so unsafe online, has meant that we've not been able to look at freedom to pleasure and joy and play, which are so important for the internet. And as Hera said, we had that, we had experimental times. And I think when we just focus on looking at violence and not looking at people having the right to expression and joy and freedoms, it actually stifles innovation. It's through people playing and messing around on the internet that they've been innovative and found new things, created new platforms, created new hashtags, memes, whatever. That's what helps Netflix do so good. Netflix and chill would not be its phrase right now if it wasn't for the play and the joy of Black Twitter. Play and joy means so much. And I think that is often missed when looking at legislation, looking at regulation, looking at policies for just fun and just joy. I think also when we are talking about policies that the UK government should be enacting, I think it's really important to acknowledge something that is bubbling at the moment and is a huge concern to us and a few other partners. So unfortunately, David Emmis was sadly murdered on Friday, and our hearts and our thoughts are with his family and his friends and his loved ones. He dedicated his life work to being a public servant. He was active in the online safety issue for children and began talking about online misogyny being a huge impact to democracy. And I think we should honor his legacy, honor his work. But actually what we're seeing, and as Hera talked about, because of kind of protectionist interventions, we're seeing David's murder and death be used as a way to ban anonymity. And that is not the case. Actually, banning anonymity is going to answer your question, negatively impact gender rights and gender equality, because it's women on gaming sites that need to use pseudonames, because when they're known as a woman, they get trolled and abused because women shouldn't be playing games. It's Black women that need to use pseudonyms or use emojis or caricatures, because when they adjust themselves with their afro hair, being unapologetically Black, they are abused and are attacked. We can't end one or address one issue with freedom of expression by hampering another. And that is a real concern to me, that anonymity will have a disproportionate impact on marginalized and minoritized communities. What I would love to be seeing from the UK government, and I hope you're listening, is an investment in digital citizenship education. The idea that as users online, we have rights and responsibilities, that we have to understand how to be safe online. At Glitch, we call that digital self-defense, and we have free workshops. If you find us on our website, glitchcharity.co.uk, or follow us on social media, or join our mailing list, you can attend those free sessions on how to stay safe online. We need also people to understand how to be active bystanders, as we talked about before, and knowing ways to be able to report and signpost people to resources to keep them safe online. Digital citizenship is also about galvanizing the next generation to hold tech companies to account. Right now, we have basic education on how to hold MPs to account, understanding, political systems, but we don't have that when it comes to tech. We don't have a way. We just fall short and think, okay, this is the inevitable. Like, we should just be okay with this. When we saw people outraged almost 2 weeks ago with 6 hours of no WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook, that was the moment to tell people, come and join the mission of holding tech companies to account. Why has one person been able to dominate and buy up so many social media platforms? We need digital citizenship also, particularly for women who need to understand how to have boundaries online. And a term that I coined was digital self-care, understanding that we can be online, we can flourish, we can interact without it having to enact or impact our boundaries and our self-care. And then, as Hera was saying, we need a public health approach to online abuse. And this is something that I've definitely learned in the last 18 months, particularly after the murder of George Floyd, around how much is, and my organization as a Black woman and Black-led organization, how helpful is it to be calling for retribution and punishment and increasing kind of the criminalization of behaviors online, when we haven't done the education piece? And actually, how much is Glitch contributing to this pipeline to prison? And that was a real reflection for me as a Black woman post George Floyd's murder. And so we've been looking at what a public health approach to online abuse is, taking learnings and lessons from youth violence, where they've had a public approach to understanding the levels of trauma and how that impacts second, third, fourth waves of people, and how we begin to really address trauma from the beginning. Why are people abusive online? A lot of it is poverty, isolation, self-esteem, poor mental health. Perhaps if we start investing in these offline things, we'll be able to see fruits online. And that leads me to say the final thing, that we can talk about online safety, we can talk about digital self-care, digital citizenship, trauma-informed. If we do not have progressive, inclusive, offline education, this will continue to perpetuate. If people still have a colonial mindset and do not treat Black and brown people with dignity offline, we're going to be seeing that online. So as much as we're saying that we want to hold tech companies to account and we need to ban anonymity, we actually need to have a real frank conversation around how much has our schooling and education system implicitly allowed people to continue holding these really harmful beliefs.
Thank you so much, Shay. I think there's like a lot there that I took from in terms of thinking about like digital citizenship education, digital self-defense, digital self-care, taking on a public health approach. I'm like, is there like a program that already existed? Because I think this is something that would be powerful. Hera, would you like to respond to the same question? I can see our Q&A that there haven't been any questions that have come in, so please do feel free to respond if you'd like.
I mean, Jay covered almost everything, so there's not much to say. I think the only thing I'll pick up on is this idea that I think that there's a real space for regulation in some forms of some technology. So like deep fakes, for like, image-based abuse, the right for survivors to be able to recall online images. The government should be working with tech companies on things such as like distribution of child abuse imagery, on like non-consensual photography, cyber flashing. There's some real like meaty areas for the government to absolutely use its power and regulate that, and put pressure on tech companies to work with each other as well, because often the same perpetrators are across these multiple platforms targeting people. So while we focus on all the long-term stuff, I think in the short term there's a real space for that. What isn't helpful is those like knee-jerk reactions on by saying that everyone must submit their passports. The thing is that we have like politicians and like some really prominent like investors, like tech investor and entrepreneurs, who've had very like a lot of assault allegations against them, and really nothing has happened about that. So even if you are collecting those like information, which is exploitative in its first right, and there's so many reasons for that, but even if you're collecting all that data, the likelihood of that actually resulting in something, I don't know. And what are you going to do? How many people are you going to throw in jail for misogyny if like 97% of young women in the UK have said they've faced sexual harassment in the streets? So like you can't, it's not like a few people doing this. This is like a widespread problem. So what we need is like, it's a social problem, and it really needs a strong social response. But there is absolutely a space for regulation, and there's like stalkerware. There's no need for stalkerware to exist, point blank. So it should just be illegal.
Absolutely. It's again that point that you've raised. It's a constant experience. It's not just one person. It's like a social conversation that's happening that needs to be addressed. So there is a question that has come into the Q&A, and it's actually directed at you, Hera, but Chayn, you can also respond to it. Jen raised the question of Hera raised the question of consent. There is contradiction in the UK government policy in terms of support of everyone's invited programs in schools, but autonomy and consent is ignored in national data policy. Is there time for change?
Yes, and all the data consultations that come from the government. I mean, like, which human can like go through those hundreds of pages and be able to like consult meaningfully on that? I just think the way government does consultation is so warped, because there's like it only empowers those that are either very well resourced or have like dedicated people who are like committed and have time and will volunteer their time out of work to engage with that. So like the small like cooperatives and the collectives and like the public, they just can't really get engaged with that. So I think that it's like they like really need to have a like and the government has amazing like people who work on education, on engagement, on research. So I really think they can improve the way that's done. And absolutely, I also think that I'm worried about the move of reframing GDPR, because I think that one of the good things about GDPR has been that it has set an international standard on like the absolute basics that companies need to do to protect user rights and their data. And I think the UK government, even though it says that it's going to try to like adhere to most of it, I just think that whole approach of policy making is very isolationist. And I think we are seeing some really good improvements in like informed consent when it comes to data collection, data selling. And I think that there's just I agree with you. And in fact, I was just looking at, there was some really good commentary happening on Twitter a couple of days ago about the national data policy on that. So I hear you.
Thank you so much, Hera, for that. I think it's clear that there's time for change in that essence of that context. So there's a question that's come in, and this is from Neil, where the question is: we have plenty of laws that apply to what we say to each other. The 1861 Offences Act against the Persons Act is one example. Do we need to enforce these existing laws online to enable freedom of speech? And I will pass it on to Chayn.
Yeah, so back in 2017, spring 2017, the Crown Prosecution Service in the UK said that hate crime online will be treated as if it was offline. So there was a kind of transporting of the Communications Act and all sorts of stuff that should be applying to the online space, not just to IT and hate crimes that were sorry, IT, I meant like SMS, and also hate crime. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is that being enforced. I am, and we are still part of the online safety bill process and are campaigning to make sure that women are at the front and center of that bill, because at the moment they are not, and we are calling for also combined characteristics to be mentioned. But I don't believe that this piece of legislation, when it gets enacted and the Queen comes in and she signs the roll of assent, like all of a sudden magically like that, online abuse is going to stop. No, what the problem is that we have now with our existing legislation and what we'll have with moving forward is that the police are not enforcing this. Police are not trained. The amount of people that come to our workshop and tell us there's no point reporting to police because they laugh at them is staggering. And as Hera said, this is, and as you said, Chenai, that this is a continuum of offline violence. How are women treated when they're reporting things like sexual assault and rape? We could not continue this conversation as well without talking about Sarah Everard, without Sabina Nessie, Bissy, Blessing, all of these women who have been let down by gender-based violence offline and in some way tried to engage with the police. You had sisters in Wembley Park be found by the police, murdered in their homes, and police took a photo of that and were talking about their bodies on WhatsApp. So this is not just about legislation, but about real education and a turning point for police officers to be enforcing the law, and also for institutions, so employers and schools also to be enforcing the law alongside a public health approach. Freedom of expression, I think, also gets pitted against online abuse when actually people who are facing online abuse are having their freedom of expression being tackled. And I think that is a really important point to hold when we are talking about freedom of expression. It's not one and again, it's not against each other. It's about making sure everybody has the right to freely engage online without feeling harassed or intimidated.
So, as always, when a conversation gets really exciting and we're about to get like the key things, a lot of questions have come in and we have 3 minutes left on the panel. So what I will do is pull together some questions and then ask Hera and Chayn to respond to the questions as part of their closing remarks so that we can end the session on time. So one of the questions that are emerging, or a theme that's emerging on the Q&A, is one, do we think that the Get Safe Online is doing good work on education? So that's one intervention that's being done, but also platform responsibility. To what extent can platforms be held accountable to actually address the symptoms that lead to abuse, or rather the activity that can cause the abuse after the event? So if you can respond to that in part of your closing remarks.
Should I go first while Hera comes back?
Yes, please.
So the Get Safe Online, I've seen it a couple times, and yet I'm in this space, and so I think that is really interesting. I think there's a real focus on children and kids, which I understand that they are a vulnerable group that needs to be protected and supported. But it's as if when you turn 18, you're not victims of online bullying and cyberbullying anymore. We have to call it abuse. Why can't we call it bullying? But that's a side note. So I don't think the Get Safe Online is doing well to get into the public domain. I often use a scenario or a comparison to the Don't Drink and Drive campaign in the early 2000s. There was a huge effort to really get everyone to understand their responsibility to keep our roads safe. We had storylines in EastEnders. You had Peggy Mitchell, God rest her soul. She was taking people's keys when they wanted to drive off drunk in TV shows to educate people that we all had a responsibility to keep our online and our roads safe. We need that too. I think that Get Safe education, or the digital citizenship education needs to be in libraries, needs to be in schools, but they also need to be in barbershops. They need to be in beauticians. They need to be in surgeries. They need to be in hospitals. They need to be pamphlets available so it's accessible for people to all see, particularly when we've made, in the UK especially, surgeries and doctors and medical professions use the online space. What a great opportunity to get them to be safe online. And then I sit on TikTok and Twitter's Trust and Safety Councils, and they will all tell you that I bang on about this every single meeting. How do users know about these tools? What are you doing to prompt and educate people with the tools around reporting and staying safe? when you sign up and create a new account, are you taking people through a how-to guide on knowing how they can mute, block, filter certain accounts, how to restrict their accounts? The default setting, usually when you set up like an account on social media, is public, everyone can access me. I don't need to mute any certain words. Why can't this be suggested and prompted by platforms? There is so much that they can do to make sure that we're using their current tools better and also creating better products too.
Yeah, and I think I would say that we need more programs like that that's targeting both at the prevention side with kids and with older people who are sometimes more susceptible to abuse and scams, which I think the government has actually a really good job. And then, on upskilling the professionals that deal with survivors every single day, whether that's HR professionals in organizations, judges, lawyers, police. And I think I'd also call on anybody that has a large workforce to really think about, when you think about your employees' well-being, and safety being a part of that, both on how they are with others online and how others are to them online, because people bring their whole selves to work. So you cannot like separate how they whatever experiences they have outside of that job, and you absolutely have to address what's happening in the job too. So a holistic approach is really important to like both public and like workforce well-being.
Thank you both so much. And I think we're concluding on a note of hope, which oftentimes when we get into such panels, we end on a note of like, oh my gosh, I need to make sure that my kids never go back onto the internet. So thank you so much for being amazing panelists. And I hope to the community that joined the conversation that you took some notes in terms of thinking about practical action. Hera and Chayn can both be found online, so please do follow them and engage their work. Thank you so much for being a great audience. I will pass it back to Desiree.
Thank you, Chenai. You're a great chair.
Thank you so much, Chenai, for chairing a wonderful panel. I learned so much. As you said, my name is Desiree Milosevic-Evans. I'm one of the members of the UK IGF Steering Committee, and I'll be your host for the end of the day. And I thank Nigel for doing it in the first part of the day. So now we'll go back to the networking time off for half an hour before we come back for 1300. I hope you'll be able to chat with everyone at your table or one-to-one, and that you're already enjoying the session and the new app that we're using today. So we'll be back shortly. Thank you for your patience, and see you all back at 1300. And welcome back to the last panel of our day, of day one of the UK IGF. And this will be the last panel before the wrap-up discussion. I hope you all enjoyed the panels this morning, as well as the networking session just prior to this panel. As you can see, this panel is called The Future of the Internet. And before a few points about how to use our platform, I will tell you what the panel is about and introduce the chair, who will then introduce the speakers. I'm Desiree Milosevic, and I'm the member of the UK IGF Steering Programme Committee. The panel today will look at the ideal principles for a global infrastructure for the internet. And it will also look whether these principles are up for purpose and what needs readjusting, and what are the different factors that might affect them in the near and long term. I hope all our speakers have sharpened up their crystal balls and will able to tell us what to expect as the future of the internet. If you'd like to ask a question, you can use the Q&A tab to the right corner of your screen. And if you'd like to chat to someone in person, you can do so, but I'm doing a private chat. So it's my great pleasure to announce and to present the Dr. Hussain Badran, who is the director at the Internet Society. His actual position is the Director for Internet Growth and Trust, and he's based out of Ottawa in Canada. Badran is also a member of the NANOG, or North American Network Operators Group, part of their education committee. He has done many things in his long career, so I'm trying to mention also some very important ones, and that is that he has also co-authored a paper on infrastructure resilience, and he is at the Canadian Forum for Digital Infrastructure Resilience, which was established by the Innovation and Science and Economic Development Canada, ISET. He's also a co-author, as I said, of the final report of the Canadian Multi-Stakeholder Initiative on the Internet of Things Security, and it's called Enhancing the IoT Security. He has been a member of the steering committee of the Arab IGF since its inception in 2010, and he has been overseeing the program content for the annual event for the Arab IGF, and was the chair of the program committee for the Canadian IGF in 2020. And during his career of some 25 years plus, he has been as a C-level expert, and he spent 14 years with Cisco Systems as Distinguished Systems Architect and Regional Chief Technology Officer, and he was a member of the Cisco CTO office. However, before joining the Internet Society, he also spent 3 years as Director of Special Projects and Innovation at Qatar Computing Research Institute, a member of Qatar Foundation in Doha, Qatar, where he led projects dealing with machine learning and data transportation, e-health, aviation, and cybersecurity. He also worked with Nortel Networks before became Nortel. But to stop here, we can go on. I'll give the word to Hussain Badran. Welcome, and the floor is yours to start the panel and introduce the speakers.
Thank you so much, Desiree. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the very kind introduction. I appreciate the effort, and thank you for the UK IGF for putting together this excellent panel, excellent topic. Very honored to have the panelists on board. It is my great pleasure to introduce to the panel Lisa Four. Director General of the European Telecommunication Network Operator Association. Lisa has been with ETNO, with ETNO's Director General since January 2016. On behalf of the association, she is also a board and an administrative committee member at ESCO, the European Cybersecurity Organization. Prior to joining ETNO, she was Chief Operating Officer of DK Hostmaster and DIFO, the company who was managing the .k domain. She also chaired the cross-community working group for the IANA stewardship transition. And Lisa has 20 plus years of experience in telecoms industry. She started her career with Danish Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation. And she also worked for Telia Networks, leading telecommunication network operator, where she led various streams dealing with issues of diverse as interconnection agreements, mobile services, and industry cooperation. Welcome, really, Lisa, to the panel. It's an honor to have you on board. It's my honor also to introduce Elisa Cooper. Elisa is the Vice President of Technology Standards and a Fellow at Cisco Systems. Her work advances the state-of-the-art at the intersection of engineering policy and technical standards. She previously served as Vice President of Technology Standards at Cisco and in a variety of leadership roles at the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, including serving as the chair of the IETF from 2017 to 2021. She also served as the chair of the IANA Stewardship Coordination Group from 2014 to 2016. Prior to joining Cisco, Elisa served as the chief computer scientist at the Center of Democracy and Technology. And Elisa holds a PhD from the Oxford Internet Institute and master's and PhD and bachelor's degrees in computer science from Stanford University. Welcome on board, Lisa. It's an honor to have you on board.
Thanks for having me.
And last but not least, it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce Alain Durand. Alain is a principal technologist at ICANN. Alain currently serves as principal technologist at ICANN, where his responsibilities include applying expert technical knowledge and experience to improve ICANN's technical capabilities and stature. Alain has done extensive research into non-IP networking and new IP, and has past experience of working on IPv6, as well as in working with various entities using IP for communication. Welcome on board, Alain. It's an honor to have you with us.
Thanks for having me today.
Thank you so much for joining this panel. As the title says, looking at the future of the internet, basically a crystal ball, but it's based on the experience that we have built deploying and managing the internet for last decades. To start with, we have a question that really is in many people's minds. What are the ideal principles for global internet infrastructure? And how will they feed into the process of developing future policy? So basically, what are the key ideal principles that the internet has been based on that makes the internet today so successful? If I may direct the question to Alain first, to share his views on this topic, that would be really, really great. Please, Alain.
Thank you. In my perspective, the number one characteristic of the internet is not the number of users, it's not the speed at which we can connect. It is the openness character of the internet. The fact that anybody can connect and anybody can deploy any applications without having to ask any permission to anybody. That's what we call the permissionless environment. And this is a very, very important characteristic of the internet. Back in the early 1990s, people could set up websites not having to ask anything to anybody. It was actually extraordinarily simple. Just get some software, compile it, running on a workstation, done. And that's how this thing, now we call the web, got to come to life. If we had to go and ask permission to a network operator, to a government, to some kind of coordination body somewhere, this will never have happened. And sure, the architecture of the internet has changed a lot. We can talk about end-to-end principle. We can talk about where are the ends, what are the edges of this thing. We can talk about the evolution with content delivery network and other things. But still, this openness principle is really what remains and defines the internet. And I think that's a value that we need to cherish. I will pass it on to other panelists.
Thank you, Anna. That's permissionless innovation is certainly key. Elisa, if I may jump to you, perhaps your views and perspective.
Yeah, I think that was a great place to start because in a way, all of the architectural principles that underlie the success of the internet to date come back to this notion of permissionless innovation. They kind of build together. I think if we pull them apart a little bit, you can see some sub-principles there. So one that I like to emphasize is decentralization, that there isn't a centralized authority telling us how to design new networks, and that there's really a very minimal set of core protocols and infrastructure that binds the entire thing together, but that's really kept to a minimum, and that allows independent network operators to run their networks as they see fit. It allows independent application developers to create new ideas, launch new services in ways that are interoperable, which is obviously the key to building a global network, but that are decentralized in terms of their operation. And I think that when you compare to the telephone network or the electricity grid, you really start to see how that decentralization allows for a much more rapid pace of innovation. The other one that I would emphasize is around the incremental nature of this innovation. That this may not have been true necessarily in the 60s and 70s when it was first conceived, but certainly is true now that we have a gigantic amount of infrastructure that is involved in the internet. We have billions of nodes. We have tens of thousands of independent networks that are interconnecting. And so the fact that we can continue to evolve and change this network in an incremental fashion, that it doesn't require a forklift upgrade or a wholesale change in order to accrue new benefits and make improvements in the everyday experience of internet users is both critical to its future success and also a reason why it has been able to sustain so many different kinds of new technologies coming onto the network. So I think those three really go together: the permissionless innovation, decentralization, and incremental nature of its evolution.
Thank you, Elisa. These are certainly quite critical points to the critical nature of the internet evolution. And Lisa, perhaps your perspective coming from the business community. What would you... Please.
Thank you, Hussain. And I'll take it from a slight different angle because Elisa and Alain took it from a very technical angle, which is, I find, is of course one of the key functions of the internet, that we need to have the focus on the technical part. But if we look at the internet as it is today, it's run on a multi-stakeholder model way. We have the open innovation, which is important for the internet. And that's a bit back to what Elisa is saying on the decentralization, which is a super interesting way of allowing for innovation all over the world. But this, again, implies that we need to have a strong focus on who's actually participating in the innovation and development of the internet. So that brings me back to what we see right now. We have an internet that works very well during the pandemic. We all took the shift from workplaces to homes, and it was still a good and solid internet, of course, depending on your connectivity. But the internet proved that it was actually able to live with a strong and a change in where people were connecting from. So what we see is a good internet that is now also developing. What I see is more than ever than standards and standard organizations are becoming more and more political. And to me, this creates some issues, because we need to make sure what's happening on the technical level reflects what you need to have on the political level. And we need to make sure that these two worlds are communicating. So we have a lot of very good standardization organizations that are extremely good of having the multi-stakeholder model, making sure everyone are open and free to participate. But we need to make sure that the political level, the commercial level, understand what's happening on the technical level. So to me, what we need to do in the future internet, and I see this becoming more and more apparent, is that we need to make sure there's a bridge between the political and commercial level and the technical level. And because our world is becoming more and more complex, and things like, we're going to discuss it later, new IP, DOH, and also Apple's private relay, we have a lot of technical changes on the internet that will influence the way we use the internet and the way we access the internet. And I think it's important we make sure that whatever we talk about on the technical level is understood by all the normal users of the internet. I'll pause here.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And you brought up some critical points. Some of them we'll discuss in the later part of the session, as you mentioned. Perhaps just to continue with the segue that you have provided, I wanted to mention that at ISOC we also looked at the critical properties of the internet, and we have. One of the critical properties we identified is having this common architecture, the common protocol that is used across the internet, an open architecture of interoperable and reusable building blocks, and common global identifiers that can be used across the internet, even if as you know, internet is based on many heterogeneous networks interconnected together. But one other key principle is that the internet is based on technology neutral general purpose network that is accessible infrastructure with a common protocol, as I mentioned. Perhaps to build on these points that we have mentioned, looking ahead, what current technological drivers and developments are likely to affect this architecture in the near term as well as in the long term? So perhaps I could start here this point with Alyssa. So what do you think are the key components or technological drivers that would and developments that are likely to affect this global internet architecture in the near term and in the long term?
Sure. So I think there's a few of these that come to mind, and in part, I tend to think a lot about the lived experience of what we've had with building the internet in the recent past, and that I think influences future predictions. I hate making predictions, by the way, so I'm very much grounded in like what are we actually seeing today, and in the short-term future, what do we think we're going to see? But I think there's obviously been a tremendous amount of focus in recent years on hardening the core of the internet and providing baseline security in the protocols and services that are offered in a way that users don't have to think about it. They don't have to be involved in configuration. They don't have to be looking at user interfaces in the browser to determine if something is secure or not. It's just on by default for everybody, and it works. And we've made great strides in that area, and I'm happy to kind of illustrate that more later in the panel if we want to. But I think building off of that, I think we're seeing some technology developments now that can bring some of those same gains in the area of privacy. And the reason that I'm optimistic about this is because the way the internet has grown and developed, we now have tremendous content delivery infrastructure that's out there. If we look at all of the big CDN providers and just the amount of network and server capacity that's been built all around the world in order to deliver content and make applications perform better. And if we start to think about that infrastructure as a proxy infrastructure, as a means to make use of these content delivery networks to actually deliver privacy benefits to users, I think we're going to see a huge explosion in that space. So we're already seeing things like oblivious DNS. There's new work at the IETF around oblivious HTTP application intermediation, where we use this infrastructure to shield the identity of users on the endpoints from the servers that they're trying to reach. We use this proxy infrastructure to strip out that identity information, and so that you can do things like DNS, things like measurement and telemetry in a privacy-preserving way. So I think we've seen, as I said, a huge revolution in security in terms of the baseline that we have in the core of the internet, and I'm hopeful that we can use some of the architecture out there that's been built for content delivery to do the same thing for privacy. Together with that, I think we're also seeing independently some innovations in the security space that that will continue to deliver benefits. Things like secure multi-party computation, where we take the different parts of a computation and spread them among different parties, so no individual entity is able to recompute a final result, but you have to have collaboration amongst them in order to obtain a result, and whereby we can do these kinds of computations with cryptographic verification, such that we can prove the security properties of a computation that we're trying to do. In my view, basically all the new hard networking problems are actually security problems, and so I'm optimistic about new kinds of security technologies being applied to networking problems. And then the last one that I think is already underway again, but I expect to continue, is just looking at how we can better leverage automation to adapt to changes in traffic flows and where traffic is located and where it's being processed. So we see a tremendous trend with workloads moving from the center of the network to the edge, with edge computing, dynamic applications that are ambivalent about where the work that's happening to produce those applications occurs in the network. And I think as we see that dynamism and traffic moving around and not only being centralized in one location, we're seeing lots of adaptations in terms of how we manage traffic and how applications are designed. And I think developing better ways to automate that and to provide tools for application developers, because they do not want to have to think about how their traffic is routed, how they're configuring routes, how they're doing traffic management, right? Your average application developer today wants to not have to think about that. And I think there's likely a revolution coming in automation that can deliver those benefits to application developers and continue to speed up the application innovation process.
Thank you, Elisa. Yes, certainly the areas of security. I'm very happy to that you mentioned the advances that are taking place at the IETF and other places, as well as network automation, are certainly key for the future evolution of the internet. Lisa, if I can come to you and see your perspective on the future developments that could impact the evolution of the internet, in your view.
Yeah, in my view, I see two trends. And I agree with Elisa that we see a lot happening in the security field, and this is extremely important, because without the trust in the internet, we're actually not going to use it. So from my point of view, I'm not against security. But I see a lot of things happening in a way so you centralize the traffic into some traffic streams where kind of the stripping away of the identity and the privacy makes it also difficult for some of the operators to comply with legal requirements. In Europe, we had the NIS2 directive that that forces us to be able to track traffic and by legal interception give information to the authorities. But and part of what we see is happening is that some of the security implementations makes this harder. One is the DOH that can be implemented in several ways. It can be implemented so the operator can comply with the regulation and still secure the user, but it can also be implemented in the browser where we will be blind, both for where the traffic goes, but also who's actually the addressee of the traffic. This creates two issues for us as operators. One is traffic management. The other one is the legal requirements. But just understand me right here. I'm not against security nor privacy. I think it's extremely important. We just need to work together to implement it in a way so everyone can comply with their technical part of the ecosystem. And I also I see a greater concern on some of the privacy requirements. Europe is a bit, if we look at Europe as an example, we have some very strict security and privacy regulation. And part of it is good for the end users, part of it is annoying. The cookie regulation is an excellent example of something that's utterly annoying and everyone hates it. So we just need to find better solutions for this. That being said, what I also see is that whatever happens on the political level influence how things are being done worldwide, because Europe is not an island. So whenever we have a requirement, it's sometimes reflected and mirrored in other parts of the world. So I see the internet has always been global and open, but I also see now that it's becoming more regulated somehow, and also more ring-fenced by some technologies that creates issues for other parts of the ecosystem.
Would you like to give an example of these technologies that create problems?
Well, again, like the DOH is ring fencing part of it. I see Apple's private relay can risk ring fencing because it creates also some single point of contact and failures, and it centralizes the traffic. I'm not saying this is all bad. I'm just saying we need to have a stronger communication, dialogue, and joint innovation in how we avoid these becoming annoyances or risks for the users instead of helping the users.
Thank you, Lisa, for raising these concerns about implications of particular implementation scenarios, how they can affect the usability of the services and making compliance with the regulation. Alan, would you like to provide your perspective on the future technologies?
Sure, and I would like to take it maybe slightly to a different direction. It's about users. And as you mentioned, it's about making sure that all the users in one place can communicate with users on the other place. And users could be human beings, they could be machines, but at the end of the day, those are about users. If you focus about human being, we all speak English here, but my native language is not English. My wife doesn't, well, she speaks English, but it's certainly not a native language. And there are a lot of people on the planet who don't even use the ASCII character sets. They use their own alphabets. And right now, using your local language, your local character set is still a struggle. And a lot of work still has to be done to make sure that they can very easily use their own environment, their own language, their own character set to communicate with other people. It is really not easy. For example, if somebody send me an email in one of a local dialect in some other countries, is going to display maybe not on my screen, but if I want to respond, my keyboard will certainly not be able to type any of those characters. So there are a lot of challenges to be addressed there. If we talk about those identifiers, that's a crossroad also with privacy. A lot of the identifiers we have now are more or less persistent. They at least last several days, several months, not really years, because after several years, all the URL break, we all know that. But they last a long time. And that has a potential for user tracking. If I have a device, an IoT device that is in my pocket that has an identifier, and this identifier remains the same for a couple months, and I move around, by simply tracking this IoT device, you can track exactly where I've been. So finding ways to provide identifiers that will have a short duration life, that will only be valid maybe for an hour. And if I use this device in one context and I move to another context, maybe I should shift to another identifier. So those ephemeral identifiers is a direction where I think need to be developed a little bit further. And that actually brings me to a third topic, which I will frame it as a risk. That's a risk of fragmentation. There are different technologies that are being proposed that are trying to push the internet in places where we no longer have this incremental deployment of technology that Alisa was talking about earlier, but we may have some disruptive changes with different type of identifiers that may or may not be compatible with what we have now. And that has a potential to really splinter the internet in different places. If we look at the development of access technologies, things like 3G, 4G, 5G, in the last, 20 years, every time it started, it was like a brainstorming session. Everybody has a great ideas. We are going to do all new things, all new kind of usages. And at some point, it converged. Why? Because all the participants in this system, being the vendors, being the service providers, being all the people in between, they had a vested interest to have a single solution in the end. So it can be deployed everywhere. So yes, it started with lots of different ideas, some maybe more or less crazy, but in the end, we got one solution. Now we are entering the definition of 6G, and it is less clear if the same impetus to have a single solution for this will remain. And there are concerns that in different parts of the world, we may arrive with different technologies that may be incompatible, that may or may not use the same unique identifier system, that may or may not use the same governance model behind them. And that's a real concern that could really, really splinter the internet. And that's perhaps one of the things that keep me up at night those days. Besides my baby.
Thank you, Alan. Of course, the baby has priority, so that's very important. I wanted to thank you for these comments, and particularly on the points of the potential risk for fragmentation. The reason is that there's a question from the floor that came in and seems to have acceptance from the audience, and I wanted to perhaps pick the brains of the rest of the panel. So that the question is: do the panel share concerns that the ever-increasing centralization of key parts of internet infrastructure? Do they agree that this process poses risks to resilience, privacy, and innovation? So this kind of centralization, increasing centralization, there's a concern about it. The question is to the panel: do you, Lisa and Lisa, see this as a major concern, or what is your view? Lisa, please.
Okay, I think Lisa wanted to go first, but I'm happy to speak first. So I think it's important to look at the underlying economic drivers here. So when I think about this, I think about it from the perspective of consolidation of market power in certain technology markets. And if you look at it that way and think about economies of scale and network effects, you start to see these, very traditional, well-studied dynamics from the economic literature that are playing out in specific technology markets that lead to this, consolidation of market power among large technology companies. And so, to me, that's the lens through which it makes the most sense to try to reason about this issue. I think there's a lot of push to look at, or at least in the IETF, I will say, there's been, push to look at, had we designed the protocols differently, would we not have ended up in the situation that we're in? Is there something that we did when we, set out to document how are we going to build this DNS, or how are we going to build this email infrastructure or this web infrastructure that that created this situation where we have a smaller and smaller number of larger and larger players? And I just don't buy into that view that this was a technologically determined outcome. I really feel that this was a market-driven outcome based on those kinds of economic effects. And as a result, I think what we need to think about in terms of mitigations largely come from an economic regulatory perspective. So it's, I think, been, at least from my personal view, it's been welcome to see regulators around the world waking up to the effects of this consolidation and starting to think, very critically and collecting a lot of detailed evidence about market power dynamics in specific markets. I think that's sort of the path to addressing these issues, as opposed to thinking about it from, if we would just redesign this one protocol, are we going to get ourselves out of this? Because I don't really think that's not the playing field that we're in when we think about this issue. I do think within standards organizations and other technology fora, the participants need to be aware of these dynamics and consider that when we're looking at how do we come to an outcome, how do we come to a consensus decision about a standard. But I don't think that should be really the driving factor to say we should or should not standardize something, because it's going to, it's just going to benefit this or that large entity at this point in time. We live in a world of large entities, and they're going to, benefit or not as they see fit. So I don't think that should be the driving factor from a technology perspective.
Thank you, Alisa. Appreciate your point of view. Lisa, please. Sorry to not pick on your picture before.
Don't worry. It's fine. And actually, I share and don't share the views of Alisa on. I agree from the beginning, the technical and the protocols, the technical features were not meant to create these big players or big platforms, and the internet was more meant as this open infrastructure. And but I see now is that some players are introducing technology that actually risks centralizing things, and it's now that you have technologies and how the big players actually develop their markets, and I agree we cannot turn back time, but I think for the future we can make sure that we avoid creating a more centralized system and bigger platforms and fewer players. I think what we should aim for is nurturing the openness of the internet, and that all players should have equal access to the internet. I know that's not what you're talking against, Alisa. I'm just saying that I think technology now needs to be vetted against what is the effect on the markets of this technology, because I think now we are at a point where you cannot separate the two. Whatever you do in the technical field actually has a commercial implication and political implication. And we need to take all these three into account. It would be wonderful if we could separate policy from technology, but I think it's extremely difficult. But going back to the standard organizations, what I think is important you do when you talk technology there is that you include as many technology organizations as possible. Because I look at Europe that has ENISA, that is working on technology of security here. You have IETF that are working on the protocol. I see we have a lot of standard organizations that need to be talking to each other and making sure that we're not doing one thing in one standard organization that's creating a fuss in another part of the technology area. So it might be a bit fluffy, but I'm not deeply into the technology. But from a political viewpoint, I think it's important when we talk about the multi-stakeholder model, we also see all the organizations that are out there and make sure they are all around the table.
Thank you, Lisa. And this is really an important point, and it's basically a segue into the second part of the discussion regarding standards, organizations, and proposals there. But before we go there, I wanted to acknowledge and thank the UK DCMS for proposing this session to the UK IGF organizing committee at the future of the internet, and they know they have, I believe, a task force looking into this this kind of direction, and I welcome their participation from the floor. If they have questions or comments they would like to share with the panel, please do so. Without further ado, we'll go to the second part of the discussion, where we just were introduced to the topic of international centralization, and I would like to ask the panel on their views of the current proposals being submitted to international standards organizations like the ITUT, aiming at developing new architectures and models for the global internet, and what would be, in your view, the possible implications of such proposals on the global internet architecture and model? If I can, of course, new IP is the key acronym here. If I can start with Elisa, please, and then move to Elisa and Alain. Thank you.
So, Hussain, I was going to talk a little bit about how we think about the costs of these new proposals. I wasn't sure if Alain is going to talk about the kind of the technical impact. Then maybe he could go first. I'm happy to do it either way, but just wanted to check. Sure. So I know Alain has written extensively about this, so give him the floor first, and I'll follow up.
Excellent. Thank you, Elisa. Please, Alain. Excellent suggestion.
Thank you, Elisa. So for sake of time, I will be brief. We saw some proposal coming at ITU, and first thing to really stress is those are not ITU proposal. Those are not something that has been blessed by or adopted by the ITU. These are some companies that came there and some different study groups and made those proposals. Those proposals are not completely documented anywhere. So this is not something that is a standard by any way, any stretch of imagination. You cannot simply go and try to implement these things today. So when we are comparing something that is essentially a list of ideas with what the internet is today, this is not a fair comparison. Still, there are enough hints in different presentations, in different papers that have been written about that, to understand some of the challenges there. Essentially, if you look at this new IP proposal, this is about giving a stronger role to the nodes in the middle. In the internet architecture, essentially the routers, nodes in the middle, they have very little to do with the communication. Their job is to move packets around as quickly as they can and pass the traffic to the next one, and that's it. Here, we're talking about reserving specific bandwidth or specific delay or jitter, and starting to put state into all those different elements. So when you start to do that, it becomes more complex and it becomes brittle. But there are also some challenges with that. When you start to reserve resources, you need somebody to pay for those resources because they are not free. You have a finite amount of bandwidth, and if you slice it in a certain way, you give it to somebody or not somebody else, somebody has to reconcile it at the end of the month and pay for it. So you need to actually attribute to whoever is using this the share of the cost of doing this. How do you do this? While using cryptography. That's the only way. You need to strongly authenticate all the different traffics. It means not simply from, oh, I have a customer from this ISP. No, it's customer may be a company and there may be multiple people behind them using the service. Or if it is at home, I may have multiple parties in my home, and some of my children may or may not be allowed to actually reserve tons of bandwidth for their game. And if I want to watch a movie, I may be willing to pay for that. So it's really, really fine-grained authentication that needs to happen. And that needs to be checked on every single router where this traffic is going to go through. What does this create is create a control point, not just at the edge of a network, but everywhere in the network. And this is something that we never had in the internet architecture. We always had, as I mentioned earlier, routers' job was to pass the packets around, and that's it. Here now, we have a lot of floor points where you can enforce now external policies. And some of the papers that were presented at ITUT were talking about population control. Creating something in the architecture that will allow for something like that, population control, is a very risky proposal. And with that, I will hand it back to Alyssa.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, these are certainly key concerns with the proposal submitted to the ITUT in December 2019, and were debated until December 2020, when it's decided not to talk about them anymore and refuse or reject the new proposal for standards. But they still keep coming and come into under different names within the ITT study group 13 and 11, which I have the pleasure to participate in. Lisa, from your point of view, regarding these proposals and their impact on the network architecture, I know that ETNO was quite clear and specific in its submission to study group 13 chair. Please, your views.
Yes, from our side, we think there are two issues with this proposal. One is the technical side that Alain has explained, but another thing is also this is a proposal coming from not a multi-stakeholder request, but more one player asking for another way of building or structuring the internet. I think this takes away the important abilities we have today of innovation, of using of the decentralization that's been discussed by many, but also there is a risk of better controllable internet, which has, of course, some good sides if things are bad things are happening out there, but it also has a very high price on all the rest. So I think what we need to do is to look at the internet we have today and just keep having the incremental changes here. So from our side, we find that we shouldn't change the model, and we still support the multi-stakeholder model and the internet we have today. So we strongly advise against it, and was very supportive and very happy that the European Commission came strongly against this proposal too last year.
Absolutely, thank you. Yes, the European Commission, along with like-minded states, were quite clear about their opposition to this kind of proposal, which has the risk of fragmenting the internet. So internet fragmentation is one of the key concerns as consequences in introducing such new protocol stack as a global internet architecture to replace existing IP-based global architecture. So the network fragmentation was a key concern. Another concern that was also mentioned, and that what Alyssa really will be of extremely high value to contribute on, is the cost of such a deployment of a new architecture. Alisa, what would be your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, I think the introduction of these proposals has catalyzed some thinking around a more generic question, which is that if you were to develop a non-backwards compatible, non-interoperable network layer technology, and you wanted to get it deployed at anything close to the scale of the IP-based internet today, what would that cost? And it's easy as an engineer to kind of sketch out new protocol designs on a napkin or even in a contribution to the ITU or another SDO without having to think too hard about this. But from a vendor perspective, from an operator perspective, when it comes down to saying, oh, this might be a real technology, and if I wanted to deploy it out on the network, what does that look like in terms of the cost? And so I think thinking about that generically, not necessarily specifically for new IP, but a new non-interoperable protocol that's meant to deliver some kind of performance and security guarantee, what would the cost elements be? So I think there's a few of these to think about. You can think about the direct costs: new routers, new switches, new servers, new user equipment. Like all of that would need to have a new network stack. Given that at the beginning you have lower scale, your economies of scale are limited. So the equipment prices compared to something comparable that you have on the market today would be higher because you don't have as much equipment out there. You also have to think about the idea of an internet that's 50 years old, and we've been testing and refining and improving that and gained so much experience with what are the kinds of operational mistakes that happen, what are the kinds of errors that you have to anticipate, what is the security exposure. We have so much experience with that on the internet today that we don't have with something new IP like, or something that is yet to be deployed. So there's a whole other set of direct costs involved with discovering new vulnerabilities and new management techniques for this new network. And so if you think about all of that, there's like a lot of R&D that would need to go into the development of this new equipment and testing of it. And you can compare to, say, a company like mine, Cisco, where today we invest $6 billion a year in R&D for the IP-based network. So if we're thinking about multiple times over what you would need to invest in something entirely new, that's like billions and billions of dollars, even for an individual company to be investing. The other thing to think about, as Alain pointed to, is this notion about gateways. It's not just replicating the existing equipment that you have in the network, but you need these new gateways, and these are complicated gateways. These are not simple, forwarders, because if we're doing address translation and protocol translation, that's a complicated system and potentially very fragile. And again, we have an analog. We can look at carrier grade NAT, this wide scale address translation that is done on the internet today due to the exhaustion of IPv4 addresses. And you can look at, there's published figures that operators have put out there about how much it costs to operate a carrier grade NAT. And that's in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars per year for certain operators, depending on their size. And again, we multiply that times 4, 5, 10 because of the complexity of these new gateways, and you can quickly see a large expense associated to the gateways. And then we have to think about connecting these networks. So interconnection is expensive. It's already expensive today on the internet if you're doing direct fiber interconnection, which is already limited by its cost. Things like transit. So if you're going to be parallelizing your transit, you're going to have IP transit and new IP transit. You're potentially doubling your costs or even more so because you have to develop a whole new transit network in order to interconnect different networks speaking different protocols. So that's another additional expense to think about if we're thinking about scaling up a new protocol to global scale. And all of these costs really need, if we're imagining new protocols that have these improved performance guarantees in particular, these costs need to be borne before the first network can be deployed, because there's no advantage to you to deploying this and only speaking it yourself. If nobody else, if you speak new IP and nobody else does, then you're not gaining these performance advantages that are contemplated. And that means that the first movers need to internalize all of those costs before they realize any benefit from it. So it's a risky investment as well. And then the last thing I'll say is, Alain kind of previewed this. If we think about an endeavor like this, it's not about comparing today's internet to what this future protocol might be, because that future protocol is going to take a long time to develop. Let's say it takes 10 years to develop, then we're comparing the internet 10 years from now to what this might look like. We're not comparing today's internet, and that implies a real significant opportunity cost. So let's say I worked at an operator. I can have my engineers, I have 10 engineers. I can have them be working on developing and evolving the IP stack, or I can have them be working on this new thing. And all of the work that's diverted away from evolving the IP stack is a loss to the existing installed base. And so particularly for emerging markets, this could potentially have an outsized impact, because they're having to make difficult decisions between whether they invest in evolving something that they already have a baseline infrastructure today compared to something that doesn't exist yet. So those are just kind of some of the cost elements to think about, whether it's this proposal that we've seen, or the next time somebody proposes replacing the internet with something new. I think there's a good framework there for thinking about the cost.
Absolutely, and I think these are very critical points to keep in mind when people are considering these kinds of proposals at standards organizations or at other fora. And one of the other related consideration is the business case for deploying such new architectures. Is there market demand? Is there user requirement to these services or architectures that are being proposed? Or are we developing a standard for the sake of standard, or for other purposes, like Alain mentioned, on geopolitical basis or population control, as was eloquently mentioned? So the business drivers are key also to consider. Looking at the time, and looking also at continuing this discussion, what would you say the current processes that are taking place for shaping the architecture of the internet? Can we make them? Do they need to become more inclusive and involve in a more diverse range of stakeholders? Is that something that would help evolve the internet in a more inclusive kind of proposal approach? And I leave it open. Lisa would like to start, or Alain would like to start? Lisa.
Lisa, please.
Okay, yeah. No, this is one of the things that lies close to my heart, because I think we should involve more stakeholders in all of this. And I think one of the issues we're having is that we might have a multi-stakeholder model, but it has its flaws, because we still need to bring those who can't afford to come themselves to the table. I know there is a lot of things going on where ICANN and other associations try to bring and fund all the stakeholders all over the world. But I also think we still need a stronger user representation in the more technical communities, like IETF and also ENISA and others in Europe. So it's more a matter of, if we want to make sure everyone is understanding the influence and what is happening in the technical layer, we need to have those discussions, but brought to a level where everyone understands them. I'm not saying we should refrain from having the very technical ones, but I know RIBE-NCC has a government day sometimes. So I think that's a good initiative. You actually bring in the government to discuss the technical parts. But if we want to avoid a fragmentation in the future, we also need to be including all parts of the world. And I know there are different parts of the world that would like to have more control with the internet than the rest of the world. And we need to have those dialogue in an open and transparent way, and try to see how we can avoid what Alain was referring to as his nightmare, a fragmented internet where we are not all connected.
Hussain, you're muted.
Yes. And then would you like to add something to what Lisa mentioned?
Yes, I wanted to allude to another challenge that I've seen the last few years. Is when I go to some of the standard bodies meeting, I tend to see the same people. For the last 20 years, I've seen mostly the same people. And the question is, well, I'm not very young anymore. I may have a baby, but I'm not very young anymore. And what about the next generation? And one of the concerns I have is the barrier of entry for the next generation in the technology area, not so much in the policy development, but in the technology area, is getting higher and higher. And how to get those people first interested, because sometimes this is it's a pipe, it's plumbing, right? It's not sexy. It's not like this nice fancy application gaming and all of that. How do we get those people, those younger people, interested in that? And how can we ease their learning curve so they can be effective at understanding the technology, at bringing new ideas, and at being the leaders for the next few years and replace us, because we are all dinosaurs.
Very solemn argument. Thank you. Elisa, would you like to add?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, maybe just some responses to both of those things. I would say it's just speaking from the IETF perspective. I think it's true that there's lots of people who are around who've been around for a long time, but there also are a lot of new people. And to your point, Alain, I think part of the way that we have attracted and incorporated those people is by doing work that is relevant to what they are actually building and engineering on the internet today, and doing it in a style that is similar to how they are developing those things. So if we look at some of the recent, larger security and transport projects in the IETF, if we look at transport layer security, or we look at our new transport protocol, Quick, we had dozens of implementations that were being built alongside the standard. And we basically just pulled those implementers in to say, hey, you're out there building the software. Can you please come help us improve the standards as well at the same time? And we built this feedback loop between the developers and the standards writers, whereby they would go and test a new feature in the software and then bring it back into the standards organization and say, here's what we found. We think we need to change this, or we need to improve that. And we use similar tooling, GitHub and pull requests and so on, to make it familiar for them, so that it was a way that they knew, a set of tools that they were familiar with using. And so in that way, we have pulled lots of new people in, even if it might be, at the beginning, just for narrow projects. Once, you drink the Kool-Aid, and then we pull you in on other things that might be a little bit further outside of your purview. And so I think expanding that kind of approach in other areas, I think in the IETF, it's been very successful in security and transport and applications. And I think the next big task is to replicate that in some of the more hardware focused areas, routing and layer 3. And I think, just to your point, Lisa, I do think there's a very important translation function that happens. I think it's very difficult for people who are not steeped in the technology to fully participate in the development of a new protocol, because at the end of the day, it's being decided on the basis of technical merit. But I think on the IETF side, that's why we rely on organizations like the Internet Society to provide some of that translation and bring policymakers in. And they've run a very successful policy program at the IETF for many years, whereby leaders in different government agencies from all around the world are brought to IETF meetings to learn about the process and hear from some of the technical leaders in the space. And I think to the extent that those efforts can be expanded or just further leveraged in other parts of the world, I think that's kind of a good model. I think it's too tall of an order. Even governments, even when there are people who are technical, they just don't have the resources to be able to cover IETF and 3GPP and ITUT and everything else that's going on. And so I think having those organizations that can provide a translation layer is extremely necessary.
Thank you so much, all, and thank you so much, Lisa. Actually, the last points cater very well to one of the questions that came from the audience and have taken a high rank in terms of approval, and it has to do with the role to help policymakers understand the hidden frontier of the internet, of internet governance and standards, etc. So, what would be, in your opinion, what should world leaders be doing to complement but not co-opt technical forums? There's an additional perspective that we can add here. Lisa, please.
I think governments, I understand there is a difficulty in participating in all these technical standards meetings and having the capacity to both translate it into what it means commercially and politically. But I also think all governments need to pay a closer attention to what's happening in the field of standards. So I think this is a two-way. I appreciate that IETF is doing this translation together with ISOC, and I think it's extremely important. But I also believe that if we don't have active participation also on in the meetings from the governments, from the users, we kind of lose that angle to any development in the internet and also in the future internet. And if you look at the importance of the internet for all of us, it's growing. Even with Internet of Things, it's becoming even more important, whatever we do here. I just cannot underline enough how important it is that governments become more active in this together with the users, because I see a lot of from the technical community, a lot of companies that are in the technical field are extremely good at this, and we have to rely on their transparency and respect of the multi-stakeholder model. And I'm not seeing a problem here arising right now, but it could in the future, unless we actually are involved, all of us, and participate on an equal footing here. So I'm saying governments to become more technical, users to become more technical. It's a dream. I don't know if it will ever happen, but that would be the ideal world for me.
And on that same direction, the next question deals with also, it says how can we, in our perspective role as industry, government, etc., ensure that other stakeholders are able to engage in the multi-stakeholder process, supporting technical evolution such as in SDOs. So how can we in our roles ensure that other stakeholders are able to engage in the multi-stakeholder process? Is that something that we can help with, or how?
So, I mean, just one idea building off of what Lisa said is, I do think there's room for a stronger partnership between private industry and government, and it depends where you are in the world. But it is the case that we like to see standards being private sector led, and that really the way that you want to be, defining that the cutting edge is via the great new innovations, and for the most part those are coming out of private industry and not from the public sector. But that doesn't mean that government leaders can't rely on a tighter partnership with private industry to gain more information about what's going on, what's coming down the pike. You see this with the generations of the mobile standards, right? So in some countries, there's a well-defined process for trying to feed in what that country's interests are into 5G or 6G or what have you. But it need not be limited to those domains, and there's probably more room for that in more different parts of the world, to just as the previous question teed up, not have it be co-opted, but just have more information sharing going both ways, so that industry understands what the priorities are of government, and government understands what the priorities are of industry, and can kind of share back, since there's such greater participation in standards from industry than there are from government. The other thing I would say is that I do think we're in an interesting opportunity coming up hopefully soon, which is that during the pandemic, we've really seen access to some of the SDO processes greatly expanded because we've all been remote and nobody is getting on airplanes to travel. And we know that lots of work can happen when we're not in meetings, but a lot of work does happen at the meetings themselves. And so virtual meetings have kind of leveled the playing field in terms of access. And I think as we start to return to some travel and we look at hybrid meetings, and there's some organizations that have already started this, there's a big question out there about how do we maintain some of those aspects of level playing field, and how do we continue to support those who are in the hybrid mode, who are remote, but who want to continue their involvement that maybe started during the pandemic. I think that's a big operational question for SDOs and other technical organizations, and there's going to be lots of experimentation and mistakes and triumphs there. But that I think is a big opportunity in terms of opening more access to these fora.
Lisa, please.
Just a quick comment, because I must say I agree with Alyssa. This is not to be a government-led process. That's not my aim here. It's more, we need the communication to happen at an earlier stage, because often it's happening when any technical standard has been developed, and then it's too late, in my opinion. You need to actually to relate and discuss at an earlier stage. And I must say, I have seen examples of bad regulation happen in Europe because they didn't understand the technological underlying fundament of what they were regulating. So to me, having that understanding, I think, would save us a lot of trouble also in the future. And that's why I'm thinking the more involvement at an earlier stage, the better we will be. But still, I agree. An industry-led standardization is preferable.
If I can add on the inclusiveness side, also not to forget the developing countries, developing world, and there have been reluctant participants perhaps in the past, but I think there is a desire to be more engaged. Also seeing that such proposals can directly impact the investment that have taken place over the years in developing countries. So getting more inclusive in terms of bringing developing countries in the picture, helping making standards collectively, I think would be also very, very, very useful. Thank you so much. Really, maybe I can give 30 seconds to each for concluding remarks before we conclude. Alan, I will start with you, please.
Thank you, Chayn. Well, I would just like to thank you for the opportunity to talk today and to share some of our ideas. I think the internet is not 40 years old, it's 40 years young. And there are a lot of things that we can still do.
Alisa, please.
Yeah, it's been a great discussion, and I'm just, pleased to continue the collaboration in support of this, unbelievable feat of engineering that we all enjoy every day, and that will hopefully continue to connect more and more of us across the globe as we go forward.
Thank you. Lisa, please.
Yeah, also from my side, thank you for some very insightful debate. I think this debate also shows that we are starting to discuss all these issues that are important also for the future of the internet. IGF is an excellent example. We just need to make sure IGF also trickles down into the SDOs, and it's important we have that crossover. But having Alain and Alyssa here showing that it is happening, that crossover too.
Thank you so much. Really, these are very, very important and critical remarks and interventions. I'm very happy that we got together and look at the future of the internet. We're appreciative to the UK IGF and to DCMS to put this together. And with this, I'll turn it back to our host, Desiree, please. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. Thank you.
can all hear me well. Thank you, Professor Badran, for moderating that very exciting panel on the future of the internet. We have about 5 minutes break now before our wrap-up session, so you can jump up and stroll around and do whatever you need to do and come back for the last 10 minutes wrap-up discussion. Thank you. See you all in 5 minutes, and thank you to all our presenters in the last session. Of the UK IGF 2020. We had a fascinating day, and I'll try to wrap up some of the discussion and some of the notes I took throughout the day, and we'll open it up for discussion and any questions that you may have. So trying to go through it very briefly is we first started the day with the minister's address in which Chris Phelps said that the UK government wants to promote a UK as centre for digital innovation, as a centre for growth and investment. And there's some 30 billion of private investment is being put into the tech companies, into the UK, which is more than twice that of any nearest European competitor, which is Germany. He also talked about expectations that online safety bill will be submitted to Parliament in the first half of 2022. I believe he mentioned March, as well as that the UK government see technology in all forms as critical to the UK's future. He spoke about determination that the digital and scientific, that the UK becomes a digital and scientific superpower. And we'll be all hearing announcements in the budget to support his announcements. He also talked about removing a lot of roadblocks for the tech and digital industry to grow in the UK. He especially mentioned some visas and coordination with universities so that inventions from universities could easier reach the companies that are startups and working in the tech sector. So from his address, it was definitely certain that the UK is doing everything to make technology great, and that our efforts being made to, according to his words, balance the online harms bill and issues such as resolving online harms bills and also having adequate regulation to address some of the challenges. I believe his focus was entirely on innovation, and balancing privacy and innovation was something that he talked about. And he got a lot of questions from the audience about the online bill that is the draft that he's hoping to be accepted in the first half next year. Following the ministerial address, we also had Eleanor Bradley, the nominate interim CEO, address the audience and welcome everyone to the UK IGF. And we had a following panel that was on the data protection framework. What I could say about that panel is that there were quite a lot of mixed views as opposed to potential benefits of Brexit for GDPR. There was a general agreement that changes can be made and that we should not, using a GDPR, that we should not be definitely losing the GDPR as a starting block. But some people argued that the protections should not be removed and that the primary legislative changes may not even be necessary to achieve the goals of increased flexibility. Then I think the panel also talked about data flows and data flows across border, which represent an opportunity for the UK to take the lead, which the EU may even have to follow. And people's experience of data at the community level varies a lot. And trust is important for consumer engagement with data systems and particularly for vulnerable communities. One of the strong takeaways I also we heard from that panel on data protection frameworks that governments and the UK should recognize that the big tech companies are building infrastructure without data that will then collect data directly from the end user, shutting out smaller companies from data processes and creating monopolies on data infrastructures. So these are the remarks on the UK's data protection frameworks, and that panel was in aim to discuss the benefits and development, and especially the use of AI and greater data sharing in order to realize data's full potential. After many networking breaks, we had another fascinating panel, and that panel was on the gender violence, and I took a lot of notes from that panel. We had, again, fantastic set of speakers who spoke a lot about the survivors of online gender violence, and also came up with a lot of suggestions and practical things that both government and the private sector, especially employees of companies, could do to mitigate the problem of gender violence. We heard that majority and of women had, with the increased use of the internet during the COVID pandemic, had to use pseudonyms. on many online platforms in order to avoid bullying, to avoid cyber flashing. And there is a lot of need in the education that needs to take place offline in order to look at some of these impacts. So the impact of the lockdown has increased online abuse, and there have been figures that were mentioned that you can see in the recordings, and there's also more silence is compliance, and tracking abuse online gave BT evidence to try and address it. So the UK has also been said that the UK could be very protectionist, and desire to restrict anonymity, to restrict age controls, and often impairing on freedom of speech. And as well, it was said that police don't have much power to do anything or act on many forms of online abuse. So there is additional education required, especially in that sector. So that's some closing remarks. We're also mentioning that the government would therefore invest in digital citizenship education, and that employees should act to help educate their employees on staying safe online and the harms of online abuse. We have 1 more minute, and I'll try to sum up the very last panel, which is on the future of the internet, where we had a fascinating discussion about the early evolution of the internet and what were the characteristics that have made it so good and big and interoperable and resilient. And some of the participants mentioned permissionless innovation, decentralized operations, and incremental nature of the internet and openness. And then we moved on to a discussion where we tried to address, the panel tried to address some questions from the floor about market decentralization and who is in best position to address the decentralization of the internet and its services. We also had some mixed views there, where some participants thought that it is not technology issue. It's not a job of technologies to address decentralization by inventing different protocols, and while others also argue there should be more of an involvement between the private sector and the standards body organizations in order to address some of the outcomes of the more and more decentralized nature of the internet service, of the centralized nature of internet service provisioning. I think panelists were also of an opinion that is a reflection of the market power and dynamics, and that we should not blame technology for it. We then also talked about some risk of fragmentation. We also talked about new standards and how difficult it would be to deploy from scratch a completely new IP, for example, or any other globally interoperable protocol in terms of the vendors and time to develop new protocols, let alone the equipment design and manufacturing and overall interoperability. I would also like to mention that I think the theme that was going throughout that last panel about the future of the internet was that there should be really more coordination and a multi-stakeholder approach in order to achieve the way, the stability and sustainability of the internet that we know today, and that politically we have two forces on one side, policy, and that technical standards are now somehow inspiring more political discussions. And we talked about several examples, DOH and the new IP, and where we see, the tendency to do something new, but there isn't enough discussion and involvement from all stakeholders. One more thing that was mentioned among many other things were certainly that users also should be somehow more present in the policy making of how technology impacts society, as well as some argued that governments should also get closer involvement in the development of internet standards, whilst we also heard that this is already happening in some section of technology like mobile telephony, not so much internet standards. We touched upon some of the notes about what is happening in some online standards fora, and about a couple of new proposals and how realistic they are. So with that, we also, on an ending note, it was said that internet is only 40 years young and not old. There is a great future in front of us, and that we need to carefully look at all the factors that are influencing this complex network of networks of that we currently have, and get more stakeholder involvement. I will stop here and see if somebody else has any, before I thank everyone, any questions or a burning comment from the audience that would like to, they can raise their hand or put a question in the Q&A. And whilst you're doing that, I would sincerely like to thank all the colleagues at the Steering Programme Committee of the UK IGF, as well as the diversity of speakers and great moderators that we had this morning, this very first day. I hope you found it as exciting and as information rich as there were the chats. Sessions full of great ideas, comments, and additions that we cannot capture in this 10 minutes today that we have for the wrap up. So seeing none of the QAs, I would like to thank everyone for their patience and for joining us today. And I hope that you will also join us tomorrow, and also to thank some of our sponsors, ISOC UK Chapter England, and the Nominet, Donuts, and Internet Society, and Open Rights Group, and everyone who you see on our website, global partners as well. So thank you all for the very rich and excellent day.